So we actually really talk about it, but they'll get here every now and then. I'm like, I don't really just know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
No, it was awesome.
Yeah.
the same.
Last one was 25 years ago.
So I do have all that
You're pretty well met.
now, it's just breaking with my kids.
No, it's,
Just mine,
yeah, real congested.
going to rest to live.
Right.
Where it was that, and then you
You've got a healthy marriage, you got a healthy body, healthy friendships.
Yeah.
I mean, you have more healthy mindsets than none.
Yeah.
It's like a house that has all these amenities, except they set that in closet.
Yeah.
That you're like, okay, when you open the door, you might see like an umbrella fall out, you might see a jacket, you might see a pillow, you might see a sleeping bag. It's like, we just throw everything kind of in there. But that's a relaxing place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I haven't got to that one yet, but I'm getting to it right now.
Yeah.
They're just old stuff we haven't put away.
Yeah.
How's that doing?
Good.
What is it?
For 2 years, maybe from the ER with it last week.
Oh.
But it's weird, it's discoloration, like I think it's just a bruise from like the ER doc like pushing it in so much, but it's like.
It's gone back to its home, right?
Well, it did a week and then yesterday it kind of started coming out a little bit, but it's not like stuck, you know, like it's like it used to be.
Are you
I haven't put
pushing it yourself or?
Well, usually I can just kind of push it, it isn't usually, like I hadn't felt anything, and then, so I can usually, like, for the couple of years, I can just like kind of shove it back in, so just, whatever, it's real small, so it's. But I guess the smaller ones are actually more dangerous, so what happened is that like, I had fought for it, so I think that's.
Oh.
Yeah, and so it kind of like widened it just enough, and then I was in here with a client, and I like did like the atlas stretch and threw it back, and like all of a sudden it was just like something. Tested on fire. Like can't be good. So I went like all day till like 9 o'clock that night, thinking that I could get it back in, but it's to the ER, it was like stuck and like.
Oh.
Yeah, so the ER now because it would get back in, but yes, probably. But it's kind of surgery. I should just.
You did?
Did so.
Do they do the little bag or the
I
net?
think they do like, yeah, a little mesh, like I think is what happens. It's funny, my brother actually had to have it done 2 weeks or 2 months ago.
Is that a heredity type of a thing, like a
No,
propensity?
I think it's lifting. Like, it's just like little hairs, like it's, like, it happens to people that are like really, really obese, and then it happens to people who feel like a lot of shredded, yeah, or
Right.
crazy ab, you know, like.
It should be more
But I
mediocre.
think he did his like.
Could have been safer.
It's like definitely.
Could have been somewhere.
You really good should have been.
But then-
Yeah.
With it.
I'm in the wrong role, I'm at the wrong workshop, right?
It's like pregnancy concern.
You've been toast them, you feel, okay, parts coming out of you. Right.
But they have on walls, like the only part of your body that they don't have on.
Really?
Yeah, like it won't go back to your body. So you like.
Go back.
Yeah, isn't it weird?
That is weird.
Lame.
That's lame.
Like after coughing. Like I shut it in,
So I got a
and
kidney
there's
bone
cough like
cough.
an 80-year-old woman.
You're like, why are you wearing a kidney belt? Oh, I just have a cough.
Like pop vigorously.
Yeah, so now I'm just like, okay, like anything, I go see my CPS one day, that's so probably.
Yeah. Well.
My brother was saying, he's like, stop being such a pussy, he's like, just go do it, it's like literally a week later, I was like.
Oh, my, oh, we live.
Yeah.
Is he all good? I know that sounds like scary or painful.
Well, it hasn't, like, it's nothing until it got stuck and then
Oh, okay.
it was pretty painful, and then your doctor shoved it back in, was not pleasant either.
Oh,
And I didn't want, I had to be at work, like, it was like, you know, 2 o'clock in the morning, by the time we got out of there, but I had to be here at 8, and so he kept being like, well, give me a little morphine, it's fine, I'm like, this isn't like morphine level, you know, like, I'm not, this isn't fun, it's not a massage, but it's like,
I'm not dying.
I don't want, yeah, like, I've only taken like pain meds like that one time when I had my wisdom teeth out, like at 19, my mom gave me like 1 dose of Vicodin and I lost like 2 days on her couch. Like it was like, they were like, we're like checking your breathing. Like I respond
What, like it?
really vigorously. So I'm like, I don't want it.
Wisdom teeth? teenager, Vicodin,
Yeah.
they gave me a low dose, I
Yeah.
started wigging out, hallucinating.
Oh, really? Like,
I couldn't hang. Yeah, I literally was like, I saw spiders crawling in the, and I lay down on the couch and I felt like my body just kept spinning. And then I started crying out of nowhere. My mom was like, what is wrong with you? And I guess
A bad trip.
I just
Yeah.
respond really well, or really strongly to,
Yeah, I guess I do too, but I just go to sleep.
oh, that's
I
nice.
just go away.
That was, I mean, that was
But
like
like, I
20
don't
years
have
ago.
time to just like, I don't have time to just go away for 2 days.
Yeah.
How have you been good? How are you? Good. Hey, grab some food.
Thank you. Your breakfast right here, by the way. You've already.
No, I don't, I took a I take a medicine, so
I
I
didn't eat.
Call that intermittent fasting.
I know.
It seems much more cool when you say it that way.
No,
I know, right? So
I
true. I don't eat. And he doesn't let me eat.
no, I feel.
And it's not live on bread alone, but by the word of God.
No, I'm hungry, but I cannot eat.
Wait till the afternoon.
Yeah, like yeah, because
It's right that you have to wait for the.
Yeah, like an hour or two.
An hour,
Yeah.
So I'm sure they'll really cool for you.
It's okay. No, I have a habit, I just eat it 11, 12.
Yeah. I had to take that for like a short, it's like, while I was pregnant, but Haley, and then like, and then I went off of it after she was born, but. I remember like, so it was weird to change that habit of like waiting for so long to eat, and like, I have to have milk or whatever in my coffee, you can't even do that, right, so it's like, yeah.
My mom ordered it in that.
Yeah.
I started to sit them.
Yeah, no one's gonna ask.
Oh,
And they don't grab a big, how do you grab a bigger bag though? It's a good-
We went to the websites, because, we didn't know that there was a place close by.
Uh-huh.
That's the only place we knew to go to, like, to work out was the shoes that was near.
Oh, yeah, that, yeah.
that closed down.
They closed down, yeah.
And so I think the only one that was there was.
That's
the
the
single hours.
hours.
Right,
But
I like being around.
I didn't like the fact going
You're a good
on
dude.
and
I
everything.
know, yeah.
So this one.
I can't wait till we get like what.
Okay, no, yeah,
what
one
comes your
of my
bags?
other.
I think that's kind of like my selfish game.
So she
I was
recommended.
like, I just wanna stay close to goal.
Your mom knows that
Just
she.
blow up.
Like
It's
that.
so fun
Give me
to
also.
watch.
Yeah.
I want a ringside seat.
Oh,
God. I remember playing some of your
Okay.
tracks. Every single morning.
I remember in the great version, because I didn't.
Yeah.
have to
Yeah,
do it
yeah.
Myself then.
Yeah,
I'm here.
my neighbor had a punching
Keep
bag.
me active.
And I would have
Yeah,
you in my ears
lots of-
and I would kick the
I
ass
know.
of that bag.
He's my grandson.
And to me, that's easy.
It's all.
You're fucking done.
Yeah.
And it's like, I
Yeah.
felt
Lady,
I know.
before,
so nice.
if I went to that
Yeah,
bar
over
place,
in Hong Kong.
the lyrics really, I was.
Oh, I know. Saw him, I was
This
like.
is to line up with what you.
Yeah, it's like, either I'm playing like, Holy Spirit, come, I'm not. doing
Yeah.
Like this vigorous ass kicking
Just
workout.
Ah, okay.
Or I'm listening to
Yeah,
like,
I
you know,
might be
some
I mean, I know
dark,
the,
metal band
Yeah.
that is speaking things over my life that are incongruent, right?
Yeah.
But the music and the
How
beat.
funny, you guys know each other.
Yeah, that line's but not the,
Yeah.
that's, even Heinrichs was like,
Yeah.
bro, like, we need this.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't exist.
Sure,
right
I'm
now.
so full.
And when I had a post.
When I was a baby, I think. See, it's the afternoon.
Oh, well, yeah.
right.
So wait.
Right.
Thank you.
Get to office, yeah.
Carol, how are you?
So generally I eat, but I took a medicine, I generally take medicine at 6 o'clock, so that I have 1 hour of nap. And then I eat. But today I woke up, so I just had a medicine. Oh, okay, I have.
Problem here that I can solve.
You took it, you.
So this year. I
Yeah,
really
like
focused
it's
on-
minimum 1 hour,
Um,
yeah. So I just have a, like, I was like, then you just go busy with your life.
That's straight on, right?
Then
Yeah.
you off and then, so 11 or 12 is the good time.
And I have my schedule.
What is the pill have?
Well, sleep.
So, no, it's a thyroid medication.
Oh, that's.
So when you take a thyroid medication to medicine, effective,
Everywhere I go, whenever.
have to have,
There's food
like, one of the.
So I know it's
Like
good.
you cannot eat
Yeah,
otherwise.
What happens if you get
You know,
Nothing.
even if.
It just like sugar, you can eat something,
Like 25.
but you cannot just eat it in a house.
Where do you wanna sit in?
Yeah.
My secret, but I'm sure it's like 40 minutes. How do they run?
They are, they are. You know, the next one.
A little more control.
They're pretty fun.
Yeah.
today?
No, Jan
If someone's
15.
got like a bag.
No, your mom was yesterday.
What's a few pounds?
Brothers is, because he wrote in the message actually,
So,
what,
yeah.
oh, my son is having a birthday, I thought that you.
Okay.
Okay.
I ran out of marketing.
Like a double.
Yeah,
And
it's
all
like,
that.
I
Remember the city breakfast stars, right?
Yeah,
Then your
yeah.
birthday also.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's
It's
awesome.
really strange.
I know.
Let's see what's over here.
Oh.
What I think is funny is
That's
see
awesome.
some of the.
Wait, what else?
Exercises all these so much that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can really like see that something and the other team in the same way. like-
Oh, yeah, bigger, right, yeah, because there's so much of it.
Yeah.
Like, everything, like, it's
The new,
some important things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
that's
called
awesome. Then in my family,
Yeah.
so we are very big family, like my side.
It is.
Oh,
My mom, dad, my brothers and
There's so many,
sisters.
you have a lot of siblings.
Oh, yeah, 6.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
I'm 4.
It's so good. It wasn't. cheap,
Yeah,
but it's
I have
okay.
2
Could do
brothers,
my mic.
brothers, then
Cause it's like, well,
elder
it's
sister,
all.
then me, and then 2 younger
It's
sisters. Yeah, they all, so one sister is in Canada.
Really?
Yeah, in Vancouver. So I am here, and one in India, one in Chennai. And, yeah, and all other are in the north side.
Yeah.
I was looking for. a good
So what I'm
one.
saying is like,
And
my
then-
the birthday session is, season is start from February.
Well, I think I-
February has February, then March is the week.
Yeah,
Then
yeah,
April is my sister's birthday,
I
then
think
May is my,
Flowers.
Yeah. Yeah.
dad's, no, May,
Another-
no, May we don't have it, then June is my mom's birthday, July is my father's birthday, then my younger sister has August, I am September.
Wow.
Nice.
That was a little.
And then, so it's a whole, and then my elder.
Like that, I feel like that month.
August, yeah. And then October, like. my birthday.
Oh, yeah, all the other.
My, yeah, one elder sister, she's.
You like that?
No.
You enticed me, like, I saw your message and you are with the photograph and I was like, oh, I can't miss it.
Inspired by this.
Yeah. Maybe, yeah, it's like, I'm like, we have only 5 spots left, and then his photo below that.
Yeah,
I have.
You're like, now you sign up now. See her tomorrow.
Everything I'm.
Oh. Maya changed my plan, you guys go. Each other, my husband, you guys go. I know.
Yeah. So right here. These are like the best sleep on for Carol and everybody's in.
I know. Where? Oh, God. Yeah, I saw. Yeah, that's fine. You know, my. Yeah, I'm here, so nobody can.
So we're just gonna know it's yours for the size of the vision. That's-
Oh my gosh,
So,
they're like this must be my right.
go big, it's just got pretty rough. Of course. You'd be on me and the phone. Right, but as long as we can read it, we know.
Yeah.
That's okay.
It's like we're on a dirt bike ride.
Yes, it doesn't matter, we know what we're saying. Yeah. Where my weight journey began.
Yeah. In the parking lot.
Oh, what's up, buddy?
I've never received it.
That's not true.
No, no, you said that.
It was a shirt.
Probably wanna make it easy.
Let's go over there too. They're hungry.
Yourself.
So the news crew was out there, they were all filming.
We had a concert of.
Like some chairs.
Like these ones, these are, I think these are all okay, these ones are the little.
I didn't know that, man. They tried to do that. And I forgot about it. It was not cool.
The energy I felt was important.
Oh, no, but you. Couple of five.
Oh, yeah, he will be the class.
Yeah.
Bacon eggs.
Whenever, next time I.
Yeah.
Right, rectangular class.
Yeah. Give you all more, I can get here.
The ones over there was like a.
Oh, shit, yeah.
I'll let you know. There's out.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, they copy us a little bit more. There we go. That's more better.
Off of each other, yeah. And now I'm just say
Having any coffee and more food before we get started.
Yeah, straight on. Twist my neck. Already hurts.
My bad.
All right. Thank you guys all for coming. I'm super excited for today. So I think we've done a little bit of goal setting in the past. We've done it kind of like you guys may have done a little bit with your trainer. You may have done a few different goal setting things, and we've done some in the past. But this one, Eugene has worked really hard over the last month or so. He's added a lot of really good components that I think are going to help to get everybody in the right mindset to be able to move forward and to really create some good goals. And obviously there's going to be some around fitness, but as we know, all aspects of life kind of intertwine. Like you can't silo, fitness in your career and your family, everything kind of comes together. And so I do encourage you guys, it's really interactive. There's a lot of activities. You guys are going to be writing a lot. So I encourage you to really just kind of dive in, let yourself think through it. Be open, be honest with yourselves. This is just for you. It's not like we're going to make you stand up and share anything. So, so just kind of really dive in. I encourage you guys to do that. So I'm going to hand it over to my handsome husband. Everybody knows him.
How's it going, guys? I hope you're all excited. We're so excited to have everybody here today. But I wanted to give you guys a little bit of a snapshot of what this goal setting workbook is. Okay. Back in 2019, I left Fit Athletic Club in pursuit of a vision that God gave me, which was Unbroken, right? And I didn't realize the storm that I was about to undertake, right? I had structure and I had organization. It was all infrastructure, all that stuff was set up for me. And so when I stepped out, I had to create that. I didn't have it. So the first couple months of being on my own was a whirlwind. It was I had to overcome a lot of internal struggles, like procrastination and distraction, and I had to really get focused. And there's a lot of strategies that I adopted, and I'll tell you, when you're they call it a solopreneur, right? When you're kind of just on your own, you don't have anybody to bounce ideas off of, to to help figure things out. So really what I did is, you know, I had a few clients and I was literally taking like a truck full of equipment from client's house to client's house to client's house, right? So I was in the truck all day long. And I used that time to get into God's word and to get literally got through the entire Bible in 3-month period. And I will tell you that I don't know where your belief system is, but getting God's word on the inside of you it's completely transformed me. And then getting in community, going to men's prayer. I know like Aaron and Jesus or Evan and Aaron and Jesus, and like you guys know, getting a good group of men around you or women or a community of people that really want the best for you is huge. And so we see that here in the gym, right? That's what we want to create for all of you, is a community where if you have any struggles, if there's struggles in fitness, if there's struggles in faith and family and finance, whatever it is, right? We want to be able to help you guys and guide you guys through that. And that's what our goal setting workbook is. The experience that that we've had, the techniques, a lot of these, I've had to do a lot of studying to and implementation and everything. So without further ado, let's get into it.
Let's go.
What do you guys say? Woo. My introduction in the book is way more articulate. All right. So one of the most foundational things, right? The Bible says that we enter his gates with thanksgiving and his courts with praise, right? So first thing that we have to do is we have to set our atmosphere here. We have to set an attitude of gratitude. And this is a good thing to do every single day, guys. I promise you, if you approach the day with an attitude of gratitude, it will set the trajectory of your entire day, okay? So come with me in your guides to section 1. All right. Our primary objective of this section is cultivating and enduring an attitude of gratitude in your daily life. Gratitude is underscored in both spiritual. Sorry, guys, we got to go previous. Actually, we're okay. Here we go. Yeah, you guys can read the booklet, right? But I think I said it well enough when we've got to set that attitude of gratitude. So we're going to start off with our first drill, and it's going to be some guided reflection here. Okay. So we've got some peace and quiet. So some things that we want to consider in this guided reflection that we're about to do is, who are some people who've enriched your lives, right? What are your personal achievements? A lot of times we're constantly thinking about what we're not doing, what we're not good enough in, what we're not, like, where we fall short. And we don't think about our achievements, things that we've actually accomplished. So I want you to actually take the time to look back on what those achievements are, right? Simple pleasures, right? We were driving down this morning and I could see the sun starting to break over the mountains as we were driving down from Ramona. It's beautiful. And it's like simple pleasures like that, right? Overcoming challenges. And then the nature of your surroundings, right? So as we go to page, I think it's page 6, get there. We're going to take time in each and every one of those categories, all right? So we're not going to take a ton of time, right? But I want you to take about 5 minutes and fill out those guided reflections that you've got on pages 6 to 8. All right. And hopefully if you're joining us on Zoom, you've got your digital workbook handy. It was emailed out last night. All right, let's start wrapping it up on that. Does anybody need more time? Couple people? Okay. Now, let's see, one more minute to wrap that up. All right. Raise your hand if, I mean, if you want to, right? Raise your hand if that was hard for you. To look back on like successes. Yeah. You know, it's sometimes like it's funny because Annie and I actually, so we have our own coaches, you know, and mentors that we do this with. And so we did this, what, 3 weeks ago? Yeah. And it was hard for me, I know, you know, to actually write down things like my past successes, because all I can think about is the future. All I can think about is the negative things sometimes, right? And so it was really good, a really good disruption for my like mental patterns, right? To get into more of like looking back and like, man, I actually really did that. So we got to celebrate those achievements a little bit more often, I think. So now we're going to move into section 2, and we're going to page 9 in your workbooks. This is a reflection on your past successes and failures. So I know that it feels like we just did that, right? But this is going to be a little bit different because what we want to do is we want to extract the lessons that we've learned from those successes and from those failures. We get into, a lot of times we get into a story, a narrative in our head about how something turned out. And that, man, that must mean that maybe I suck, or maybe I'm just not good enough, or whatever lie you came into agreement with, right? And we've got to realize that that's not serving you anymore, right? That lie doesn't serve you, because the reality is, the way that we think dictates the way that we act. So if we've come into agreement with all of these lies, then consciously or subconsciously, our actions are going to come into alignment with those lies, right? So with that being said, we're going to go into our next activity, right? And we're going to write about those past successes and those past failures. As you list the successes, right? And you might feel like you're redoing this a little bit, but hopefully you've kind of already unlocked some of those. We're starting to unlock some of those juices, right? We want to detail the context, your actions, and outcomes with the successes, right? And what those successes mean to you and how they contributed to your growth. Okay, and then with the failures, we're gonna do the same thing, but we're gonna really focus on pulling out, extracting the lessons that we learned from those failures. All right. So with that being said, let's take another couple minutes and let's work on pages 10 and 11 in your workbooks. And if you have any questions, feel free to shoot your hand up if you're not clear about what you're doing. Take about 2 more minutes. Start wrapping it up. Okay. Who here's heard of Roger Bannister? Anybody know that guy, that name? No? Roger Bannister, amazing guy. He's actually a neuroscientist, but there was a time when people they didn't think that human anatomy, physiology, that it was possible for a human being to break the 4-minute mile. So Roger Bannister believed that it was possible. And so he worked his tail off. And he was the first person ever to break the 4-minute mile. And again, everybody else, they all thought it was impossible. So literally within weeks and months, like now the dominoes started to fall and people started breaking the 4-minute mile on regularly. And so it was insane because previously nobody thought it was possible. All it takes is one person to show you that it's possible. So it's important to understand that the belief system around the 4-minute mile was a false belief. And everybody was operating off of that false belief. So it just took that one person to show everybody that it could be done. Right? Well, I promise each and every one of you guys, the ceilings that you put over your life, we can shatter those ceilings. It can be done, right? Whether it's weight loss or whether it's, enhancing your relationships or whether it's getting out of pain or whatever it is, right? You can do it, right? So in section 3, we're going to be defining, we've already kind of defined what those false beliefs are. And so now on page 13, we're going to be listing out what those false beliefs are. Now, I want each and every one of you guys to understand that this is kind of like it's an evolution throughout this packet. What you'll notice is some of it feels almost like it's a little redundant, but it's a little bit of a progression every single time. Okay, so now we're reflecting on all of the experiences that we've had. Now we need to figure out, like, okay, what are the beliefs, the belief systems that I've adopted based off of those experiences, based off of those successes, based off those failures, right? And so that's what this next activity on page 13, 14, 15 are going to be. First, I want to start just by listing the beliefs that you've adopted, right? So we're just going to work on page 13 first, right? Then we'll move into the other areas. So let's list the false beliefs that you've adopted based off of some of those experiences, some of those past failures that you've had. Let's take a couple minutes and do that. See that some of you guys have already finished on that one, so feel free to continue working on that if you're not done. For those of you guys who are done, we're gonna go ahead and move over onto page 14. Now we're questioning the validity of all of those belief systems that you've come into agreement with. Maybe some of them have taught, maybe some of them are valuable lessons that you learned, but maybe some of them aren't serving you well anymore, right? So, on page 14, I want you to ask yourself about each and every one of those beliefs. Is it true? Is it a legitimate belief, right? And as you're thinking about that, I want you to think about Proverbs 23:7. For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he. You guys, maybe some of you guys have heard the expression that, whether you can, or whether you say you can, or whether you say you can't, you're right.
Wow.
So we got to start shifting what's going on in between our ears. Take a couple minutes for page 14. For all you guys out there on Zoom, I encourage you guys to get in the chat. I'm doing the best that I can to monitor it. If you have any questions, feel free to put it in there. All right. And as we move into page 15, the last activity in this section. So now we're going to challenge some of those false beliefs with actual experience, with evidence. Are there times, I want you to reflect back, are there times that false belief that you've had, like, it actually turned out, like, a good example, right, is, in a prior life, pre-Jesus, I had a very pessimistic attitude. And if something turned out good, I was like, oh man, like I'll just always prepare for the worst. And if I prepare for the worst and the best happens, then I'm pleasantly surprised. Instead of having an expectation for good things to happen in my life. Right. So as I've shifted that belief, my whole life has changed. I'm now looking for the good in every scenario. I'm looking for the positive to happen instead of the negative, right? And you'd be surprised how much, you find it, right? Whether you're looking for the positive or you're looking for the negative, you're going to find it. So for this activity, we're going to challenge those false beliefs with evidence. Has there been a time when that belief that you've been holding on to was actually wrong? So just take a couple minutes here and write down those experiences, please. Okay. So let's move on to section 4, guys. We get a lot of clients, I mean, it's not just clients, it's all of us. That we tell ourselves the story, right? We're continuing to go down this vein of like these false beliefs, right? Like, for example, a poverty mindset, right? For the longest time, I'm just gonna use myself as an example here. I was always told as a kid, like, oh, hey, we don't have enough money. Right? We were always living hand to mouth, right? And so for the longest time in my adult life, I had this scarcity mindset. I was never gonna have enough, right? And I operated, all my decisions were based off of that. We have other clients that are like, oh, well, you know what, obesity just runs in my family, right? It's just genetic, right? And so they've come into this lie that it's inescapable, that there's no hope, right? You know, who's heard like it sounds bad, like some people say like, oh, hey, I'm on this color person's time or this color person's time, right? So it's like a thing where they're always,
Yes.
they say that they're always late, right? Like it's we know that it's not true. We know that that's completely ridiculous, but you know, we come into this like, and honestly, sometimes it's like we laugh about it like it's this big joke, right? But we solidify every time we say it, we solidify it into our subconscious, right? So you have the capacity to break free from poverty. You have the capacity to break free from obesity or from being late or from whatever those things are. And so in section 4, we're going to be connecting your beliefs to past experiences. Now, this activity is, when I first did this, it wrecked me. I was floored, right? And so it's called life mapping. So you've got a chart here. If you guys all look at page 17, that chart, or that table, it's an XY axis. What we're going to do is we are going to mark down the pivotal moments, the milestones in our lives. And you guys will know which ones they are, right? And it goes all the way from 0 to 80 plus, right? So I want you to mark down what each and every one of those are and then rate that experience, right? Is it a 10? Man, that was a happy experience of my life, right? I was born, right? That's a pretty amazing experience, right? That's a miracle. But then life happens. So I want you to mark down those milestones and give each one of them a rating. All right. We're going to take a little bit of time and knock that out. If you guys have any questions on the Zoom, feel free to post in the chat. I'll keep that sucker open. The table's open for you guys on page 18 of your workbook. And these workbooks are for you guys, right? Nobody else is looking at these. So get vulnerable, right? Get honest with yourselves, right? I would encourage you, once you've got all your points plotted, to connect the dots.
It's like a snake. Elevator. Yeah. Don't give myself better before.
National holiday.
You kind of have to. You kind of have to.
All right, as you guys are finishing up your life mapping, we're gonna move on to pages 19 and 20. We're gonna do those kind of simultaneously, right? So I'm gonna let you go from 19 right to 20 when you feel like you're done. So identifying key life events from that life mapping, right? Reflect on your life's timeline and identify key events that have specifically impacted you. You know, these could be moments of success, failure, joy, and pain. So now we're gonna write down the beliefs that emerge from those events. These are some of them might be beliefs that you already wrote down earlier in the packet. And some of them might be new that maybe the life mapping kind of unlocked that you didn't realize were there before. Okay, so let's go ahead and write those down. And then on page 20, it's going to be analyzing the formation of those beliefs, right? So how did, here we go. So for each event and corresponding belief, analyze how the event led to the formation of that belief. Was it a direct result of the experience, or did it stem from interpretations or meanings that you attached to the event? But sometimes we attach our own meaning that has nothing to do with the actual event. So that's a really important piece of context for that, right? Consider the role of influential people in shaping these beliefs. Did someone's opinion or reaction contribute to the belief? take another minute for that activity. Start wrapping it up. All right. So we're going to move on to, I think, my favorite page in the entire book, which is page 21. You guys have all heard about daily affirmations, right? Does anybody not know what a daily affirmation is? Everybody knows, right? I always think of, it was Stuart Smalley, the character from SNL. Because I'm good enough, I'm smart enough, and doggone it, people like me. Right? Well, here's the thing, is like we all have negative affirmations that we rehearse in our head all day long, right? So daily affirmations are great, but I like to really filter it by renewing my mind and looking at the world through a biblical lens. I know that God's word is true, right? It's not just like a belief. It's like, I know it, right? So anything that's written in the Bible, I know I can trust it. Well, so that means that I know that, in Jeremiah 1:5, when it says, when the Bible says, before I formed you in the womb, I knew you, right? That gives me encouragement, knowing that God has a plan for my life, right? In Acts 10:34-35. And then Peter began to speak. Now I realize how true it is that God does not show favoritism, but accepts from every nation the one who fears him and does what is right. So from that comes the expression that I know many of you guys have heard, that God is no respecter of persons. If he will do it for me, he'll do it for you, right? So whatever that elusive thing is, you see that there's other people that are out there that have that thing. So it's possible. It's that 4-minute mile. It can be broken, right? Ephesians 1:7, in him we have redemption through his blood, the forgiveness of sins in accordance with the riches of God's grace. So how many of you have been carrying a bunch of baggage, a bunch of unforgiveness, a bunch of ish that you're just like holding on to, like luggage? Like it's constantly, yeah, after after my divorce, I was that was a hard thing for me to get free from, so we hold grudges and unforgiveness against people, and it really hurts. It doesn't hurt them, it just hurts us, right? So Corinthians 5:17, therefore if anyone is in Christ, then the new creation has come, the old is gone, the new is here. You can make a choice at any given moment to shift, to change, to become a new creation. I believe you need him to do it. But you don't have to live in the past. I don't have to live in that post-divorce era, where I came into alignment with all these lies saying that I wasn't good enough, or that I was, I'm a terrible husband or whatever it is, right? I think I'm pretty okay. What do you think, babe?
Yeah, no, you're doing a good job.
Okay. awesome. That was my own personal, like, external validation. Okay. So, I want just every single person to just take a little bit of time, because we could go through this entire thing, but I really want you to take 30 seconds, a minute, and read these scriptures and reflect on them, because I promise you that they are true.
Lock door.
I would also encourage everyone to lock the door when you go to the bathroom.
My answer's still here.
Okay, guys. So let's move on to page 22. We've reset our lens now, right? It's like looking through the world through I went to a health fair where we had an opportunity to show off basically what we do to all these people at what was that? It was a Living Haven.
Yeah, the name Sanitas, is their water district.
Yeah, so we went to the water district, right? And they had the sheriffs there. And the sheriff brought the beer goggles. Has anybody seen those? Has anybody done that? The beer goggles?
Yeah.
Yeah, you put these goggles on and it literally makes you feel like you're drunk,
Yeah.
right? Because your vision is so distorted, right? It's hard to walk a straight line because you're just looking through the world through this lens, right? So you guys had a lens when you came in today. So now, after reading those scriptures, I want you to look at all of those past experiences through a scriptural lens. Okay? Let's come into alignment with what God says about you. And let's go ahead and now challenge those beliefs, right? So with the understanding of where these beliefs came from, challenge their current validity. Are they still true? Or are they outdated interpretations of past events? I want you to attempt to recontextualize these beliefs in light of your current understanding, knowledge, and maturity. Go for it, guys. Okay. You don't have to share if you don't want to, but by show of hands, who's identified some false beliefs that you've been operating under? Anybody? Okay, right on. I'm seeing head nods, I'm seeing hands. It's okay to be interactive, all right? Have some fun while we're here, right? I know that a lot of what we're doing here is like really introspective, and it can be like really humbling and somber moment as we're reflecting on some of our ish, right? It kind of sucks, but I promise the work is worth it, right? It's going to get better. But next we're going to move into section 5, right? Now, section 5, I'll be honest with you guys, is probably the toughest section that we're going to handle all day long. So forgiveness and releasing the past. We talked a little bit about this a second ago, but when you're holding on to unforgiveness for yourself, and oftentimes that's the hardest person to forgive is yourself, right? Or for others, it's not hurting anybody but you, right? So this section focuses on critical aspects of forgiveness, both towards oneself and others. Forgiveness is a powerful tool for emotional healing. And you guys have to understand, if you're not healthy in here, right? And if we don't renew this, then we're not even going to be in a place to where we can have vision for our lives, for the future. So it's imperative that we renew our minds and we let go of all the ish from the past so that we can move forward with optimism, with clarity, and with hope, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to move into page 25. All right. We've renewed our minds. We know who we are in Christ, right? We know what God's word says about us now. So we're going to write an obituary for our old self. The person before you, maybe it's before Christ, or maybe it's before you walked in here today, right? So we're going to engage in an exercise of writing an obituary for your old self. This represents the aspects of yourself that you wish to leave behind: old grudges, past mistakes, limiting beliefs, negative behaviors. Reflect on how these aspects can have impacted your life and acknowledge that it's time to let them go. This symbolic act is a way of closing a chapter and making room for new growth.
Hard.
It is. It is really like this is one of the most psychologically, emotionally, everything is very challenging. But I promise you at the end of this workshop today, it's going to be worth it.
It's like, how can I forgive someone when it is not my fault? Because of their course of action, my life changed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Because they did wrong and my life changed. I'm not talking about current, but I'm talking about my childhood.
Yeah.
Which led all the direction I'm here right now, but it could have been much better. Or worse, I don't know, but that changed my relationship with my family itself because of that one person act.
Yeah.
How can I forgive that person?
Well,
Forgiveness isn't for them, it's for you.
Yeah.
It's happening.
It is. And what I want you to understand, when God made us, when he formed us out of the dust, he breathed life into our lungs, right? And so we have the breath of creation, the God's breath on the inside of us. So everything you speak, right, you can create your own heaven or hell. But he also gave us free will. And unfortunately, sometimes other people's free will messes with other people. God didn't want us to be robots. He wanted us to choose him. So in order for us to choose him, we have to have that free will. Right? And it's it stinks that some people are not operating within God's word and they hurt other people. And, you know, but if God made us all robots, like I know, like if I could get on a computer and program my children, like you will love dad, right? You will clean your room, right? I would never be proud of them when they actually clean their room because I'm like, yeah, I programmed you to do that, of course.
That would be a great tool for women to have.
Yeah.
So much we get done.
Yeah. So we have to understand that other people have free will and sometimes it can impact us, but we can't change the past. All we can do is operate and move into the future. And we have to disregard, we have to get rid of the false beliefs, right? You have more control over your life now than when you were a child. Right?
Eugene,
Yes.
if I may, I recently read something that resonated with me about that. I don't know if I'm gonna say it right, but it's something along the lines of, when we have resentments and we hold those grudges, we're so angry at those people. It's like the equivalent of, say, drinking like arsenic ourselves in hopes that that would poison the person that did it, but by you drinking poison, you're not gonna hurt them, you're hurting yourself.
Yeah, that's
So,
good. Yeah, and from a physiological standpoint, like to piggyback off of the poison analogy, it's not far from the truth. When you're holding on to unforgiveness and resentment and anger, right? There's a very physiological thing that happens in your body. Your endocrine system, your hormones, you hold on to cortisol, you hold on to all these, like you have cortisol, we call it the stress hormone, right? It wreaks havoc in your body. I mean, we have it for a reason, but like we're not supposed to be living in like a high cortisol state all the time. You know, it diminishes, your good hormones, like it'll drop testosterone, which both women and men need, right? It'll throw the entire balance out of your hormone system, right? So there's a lot of physiological effects that holding on to that anger, that resentment, that unforgiveness can do. Not to mention what happens, on a spiritual level, right? So with that, has everybody gotten to the obituary? Let's go ahead and take some time and take a couple more minutes for those of you who have not done it. Let's get to that.
I've never read an obituary. How does
It's
it go?
so an obituary is basically like, what does somebody write about you in the paper when you die?
Jesus loved his wife.
Jesus was this
Was a family
person,
man.
right?
He survived
Three
by.
children. Was known in the community to be a giver and an inspirer. He was a son of, right? It's like me writing about you.
Although this
So
way you're
like-
writing about things that you don't want.
Yeah,
You're
you're
just like a
It's like
negative
a
obituary.
negative.
Yeah.
y'all better not put that in my obituary. Room 19. Be more creative.
yeah. So
I
this
was
is
known to be late often,
I will haunt you if you say that.
right?
So
But
this-
she died January 2024. That was an old behavior for being
Yes.
late.
yeah. There you go.
Right? We love you.
So we're writing an obituary to all of those false beliefs.
Around.
All right. Take a few more seconds to wrap that up. Right. Now let's take some time and set the stage to start casting vision, to start dreaming again. Right? I know that, you know, when we did our goal setting, I had kind of stopped dreaming. I was really kind of stopped up on what I was so focused on the day to day that I stopped looking at what could be 10 years down the line, right? What kind of life could we be experiencing, right? So this is actually a really cool drill on page 26, where you get to write a thank you letter from your future self. All right, so we're gonna write a letter from your future self, thanking you for the courage and the steps taken to release the past and move forward. This activity is about recognizing the importance of your current efforts in shaping a better future. It's a way of connecting with the person that you are becoming, who appreciates the hard work and the forgiveness that you are practicing now. Let's take a few minutes. Always remember that Brad Paisley song, "If I could write a letter to me." Send it back in time to myself at 23. Evan likes that sound.
I do. Yeah, the soundtrack of my inner thoughts.
Yeah, that's the song.
Likely with a Mustang, completely straight line.
It's visualizing.
Yeah, no, straight line, saw. Yep.
Evan's casting vision right now.
Yeah.
Dude, that awakens me, I'll tell you.
Yeah.
I'll run through a wall with that sound.
Finishing that up. All right. There's one more thing that I wanted to say about unforgiveness, and I'm gonna kind of pick on you a little bit, Archana, because I'm sure like you brought it up, but I'm sure it applies to more people in this room, right? When you have people that have hurt you in the past, like I don't know about you, but I'm like one of those indignant people that's like no man, like I'm a warrior. I want to fight, right? I want to get like I don't want to give them power over me. Because when you hold on to that unforgiveness, you are literally like giving them infinite power over your life. Does that make sense? So that's one more reason why it's so important to be able to release that forgiveness, not for them, but for yourself. Okay?
It's a process too.
It
You're
is.
not gonna just like snap your fingers today and be like, okay, all is good, you know, it's something you kind of have to remind yourself of
Yeah,
every day,
that's-
I think, like, it's very like. So some days are gonna be better than others in that regard, you know, and then other times you're gonna feel. Back where you were, but I think it's a process where you gotta give yourself a little bit of grace too, like just because it can't happen. In the immediate, you know, over time, it will, but I think there is like an intention and focus there.
Yeah.
I get-
Forgiveness isn't a feeling. It's a choice. So we're gonna move on to section 6. Page 28 in your manual. Oh, but you know what? We're gonna take a 15-minute break.
Oh, yes.
All right.
Body
Body breaks, food breaks. If you're on Zoom, feel free to take off and go get something.
Spot break, right? Everybody gets a- Yeah. Working my way. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I definitely you guys usually like.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's
Otherwise, I have to do it.
bring it on back. Okay, we're gonna get into section 6 now. Who am I really? All right, so I love this Ephesians 2:10. You know, we are God's handiwork, created in Christ Jesus to do good works which God prepared in advance for us to do. So that just goes back to what I was saying earlier about, you know, God's got a purpose for, I know he's got a purpose for my life, and I know he's got a purpose for each and every one of yours as well. And maybe you're walking in that purpose, and maybe you're yet to discover what that is. But this whole workbook is designed to help you either figure that out and or get clarity on what the next steps are moving forward toward that vision, right? So with that being said, we're going to get into our next set of activities. We've already had the opportunity to identify our false beliefs. We've had the opportunity to align who we are with what God's word says. We talked a little bit about daily affirmations earlier. And so now we're going to write our own daily affirmations. So the things that these lies that you came into agreement with before, that we've already cast those things out, right? Those things are dead and gone. Okay. Now it's time to flip the idea on its head, and we're gonna write what are like some daily affirmations. So maybe you're one of the false beliefs that you had was I'm always late. I'm just a late person, right? Well, maybe it's your affirmation is I'm always on time. It's not a I will be, it's an I am statement. Right? We have to it's crazy. I'll give you guys an example. So I just read this, just reread Atomic Habits by James Clear. And he talks a little bit about this, and he was talking about nail biting as an example. And I had previous tense, been a nail biter my whole life. I can't remember a time when I didn't bite my nails. And there have been times when I was able to stop for a period of time, and then, but life would get stressful and I would start back up again. And it's always in the truck, right? Whenever I'm in the truck, I'm like, okay, I got nothing to do with my hands. I'm gonna bite my nails, right? And I realized like it's an identity problem. It's not a habit problem. The second that I vocalized and I said, as I was sitting there biting my nails, and I go, I was like, no, I am not a nail biter. I am not the kind of person that bites their nails. And the urge was gone completely. And I had to say it out loud, because you can think it, but when you physically say it and you hear your own voice, it's impactful. And it's been, like a couple months. I have no desire to bite my nails. I could actually go get a manicure, which is kind of cool, right? But
I'll go with you.
But my point is that now we need to write out our own affirmations, right? The I am statements. And maybe it's what you're not, but I would rather it be what you are, your new identity. I am a person that's always on time. I am reliable. I am dependable. I am the hardest worker in the room wherever I go. I am like whatever the affirmation needs to be. We're going to take a little bit of time and we're going to write those things down. So let's go ahead and begin. Okay. This next drill that we're gonna do is really kind of fun. I love doing this, right? So I want you guys all to move to page 30. And we're gonna deviate from the instructions here in the book just a little bit, right? So this is gonna be a non-dominant hand writing test. So I'm gonna elaborate on this after we do it. Okay, so what I want you to do is I want you to draw a line right down the center of your paper there.
With your dominant or non-dominant?
It doesn't matter. Yeah, dominant hand, right?
I'm not right here.
And then once you have that done,
Me too, I know, I was like, okay.
pick a side of the paper where you're going to write with your dominant hand. Okay? And I want you to write your name 10 times. We're gonna time this, nobody start yet, right? You're gonna write your name 10 times down the line with your dominant hand. All right? And as soon as you're done, I want pens down, eyes up, so I know that you're done. Ready, set, go.
Say, what happened to your left hand?
What's non-dominant?
Whole name.
It says here that it's for the creative side of your brain, but I already use that all the time.
Maybe it's the other side. If you're gonna get all logical. Excel spreadsheet for me.
We don't want that.
Want that.
All right. I think most everybody's done. So 10 times on average, we were looking at, some people finish earlier, some people finish faster, right? We're looking like 40 seconds, right? Now we're gonna go to the other side of the paper and you're gonna do your non-dominant side. Hold on, I'll tell you when, and we're gonna time it. All right, ready?
Is this first and last name, or how we wrote it the first time?
Right how you wrote it the first time. Whatever you did the first time, you're gonna do the same thing with your non-dominant hand. Ready? Go.
Not readable. Like that. 3-year-old writing.
It's better than my normal handwriting.
Oh.
I can't.
Wow. Ooh, Randy's like, either way, it doesn't matter.
Ambidextrous Randy.
That's great.
Yeah, dude.
David, you're doing great. You done already finished? I don't even know this.
All right. Right on. So it took more than, as we're wrapping up, not even everybody's done yet, but it took about, more than double the time, right? So I want you to think about that. Now also look at your paper and tell me the side with your dominant hand, how does it look compared to the non-dominant?
More consistent. Neat. More neat.
It's more neat, right?
More polished.
It looks good, right? I know for me, when I do this, like my dominant side, clean. Great hand, great penmanship, right? I take pride in my penmanship. The way you do anything is the way you do everything, right, Evan?
Heard that
So.
before.
But my non-dominant is a hot mess, right? And it takes me so long to try and do it the right way. So what I want to challenge you guys is I want you to reflect a little bit on the things that just like your right hand writing, what are the things that just come easy to you? What are the things that you do that are just like, man, that's just like totally my wheelhouse. Like I like doing it, I'm great at doing it, you know? And then what things are you doing in your life that feel like you're peeing against the wind, right? You're like, it's
Fine, not for all genders.
that's maybe a guy analogy, right? But but the point is like you're like it goes against every one of your instincts, right? It's harder for you to do that than you know than the things that come easy, right? So let's reflect on that a little bit. As we get into this into page 31. All right, so page 31, what I want you to do is I want you to reflect on what your natural talents, what your natural abilities are, right? Maybe it's a hobby. Maybe it's something that you love to do when you're not at work. Whatever it is, let's try and identify what those natural talents and abilities are. And go.
There's so much greatness within you. She was getting
Yeah,
inspiration.
I'm just trying to.
Thinking of the whole list.
Sorry for the folks on Zoom if I'm lagging behind on the PowerPoint.
That's beautiful. Listen, and write in your book.
Sometimes that's helpful, Evan. When somebody else points out, no, look at these are all the things that you're good at, because we take the things that we're good at for granted. We're like, oh, that's nothing worth even writing down in this thing, right?
They were.
Myra, what are you good at?
Being organized.
Nice.
I'd say her energy is she'll fill the room. Yeah, she's organized, but like she will bring the level of joy up in any room she walks into.
I love it.
So true.
And that's such a great example of why it's so important to be in community. When you're down on yourself, which we all are sometimes, right? It just happens, right? And you're in community with people that actually want to see you succeed. I remember like when I was in the Marine Corps, like everybody's just razzing each other, right? Everybody's like talking crap to each other. Oh man, you're such a whatever, you know? And so while you know it's just like it's in good fun, you know, surround yourself with people that actually want to speak life into you, that want to honor you, that want to pull the gold out of the inside of you. So, sorry, that's a little bit of a tangent, but yeah. Brandon, what are you good at?
Troubleshooting things,
Okay, nice.
get called on a lot of work to fix other people's problems.
Love it. I love it. What about you, Beth?
I can cook.
Okay, all right. Let's go.
Yes.
And invite you over later.
Look at it.
What you, Randy?
Took me a long time, but I'm good at business. Walk into a business and see what's wrong or
That's awesome.
that sort of thing.
All right. Nico, what are you good at, man? Pardon?
Photography.
Photography. Okay. We can connect you with Joel after at the end of this, like all the media stuff. So, Aaron, what about you?
Teaching.
I would concur. You're a good teacher. So, yeah. Carol, what you got, girl?
Talking to people, that's why I'm here feel I'm in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, right on, right on. Well, you know, so again, I want to challenge you guys. Who's heard the story? Well, maybe I'm just going to tell the story, right? Rabbit is going to school, right? And Rabbit has two classes that are like the highlights, the lowlights of his day, right? So Rabbit loves hopping class. He absolutely loves hopping class. He's like, he will hop all day, right? But you know, I'll tell you, the class that he hates the most is swimming class. Oh man, swimming class is coming. It just like sucks all the life out of him, right? So, you know, in today's society, what do we do with people? Like, hey, you know, you're really good at hopping, so, you know, we're actually going to pull you out of hopping class and we're going to double down on swimming class. You're going to spend twice as much time in swimming class. And so now Rabbit loses all of his freaking motivation to do anything really, because you took away the thing that he loves the most and just gave him the thing that he hates the most, right? So how are we cultivating our skills, the God-given gifts that we have? Each one of those talents and abilities that God gave you, they're from him. Are you using them to glorify him? Right? And so I just want to challenge you guys to kind of reflect on that a little bit as we're going through this. Now, moving into our next section, we're going to go into identifying areas of optimization in your life. Right? Brandon's going to be really good at this. He's going to be troubleshooting. So here's the importance of this this kind of self-assessment. It's a powerful tool, right? It takes a step back to be able to kind of look at a high-level overview of our lives, of each and every area of our lives. A lot of times, I'll tell you, the first time I did this assessment, I was like, oh man, I didn't even think about that area of my life. I didn't even know that was an area of my life, right? So we're going to move into the activity, page 34. It's called the Wheel of Life. So now you've got all these different categories within your life, right? You've got spirituality, you've got money and finance, career and work, health and fitness, fun and recreation, environment, community, family and friends, love, growth, and learning. right? So what we're gonna do is we are going to go through each and every one of those categories and we're gonna rate it. Just give it a little circle around the number. Is it a 1 or is it a 10? 1 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. All right?
Current.
Of current state of being. Not where you want it to be. Let's go ahead and do that. Yeah. So environment is like, you know, the community around you, right? The people around you, like some people have a really toxic work environment that they like just sucks all the life out of. Like that would be an example of a bad work environment. You know? Okay. Or home environment. And once you've finished that, connect the dots. Point by point. In the
Like without, so we're research.
yeah, so like you take the dot in the spirituality column and then you connect it to the money and finance column. And then you connect it to the dot in the career and work. And you just go around the circle and you find out how circular or not.
What does love mean?
Wow, that's a really existential question.
Well, like, it's like, do I feel like this?
I'm
do I
not a
feel
smart
love?
man, Jenny, but I know what love is. I'm sorry.
It's like feeling love.
Yeah, so yeah, that's like your marriage with Jesus, right?
Self-love.
Right?
Yeah.
So and that one is kind of open to interpretation because like love, I think of love as my relationship with my wife, right? Where I think of family and friends as like my emerge team and my friends, you know, here at the gym and that I hang out with outside of the gym.
Could love also be self-love?
I think, I mean, if you want to interpret it that way, it could be. You just want to make sure that the next time you do this drill, because hopefully this isn't the last time you do this assessment. We do any assessment, any test that we do it so we can retest, right? And we can see the change over time, right? So however you decide to interpret it, just make sure you interpret it the same way next time. Does that answer your question? All right, and then we're going to move into page 35, where we're going to, based on that Wheel of Life assessment, we're going to identify the areas with the lowest scores. These are your areas for optimization. I want you to reflect on these low scores. Consider factors such as time allocation, resource availability, limiting beliefs. For the longest time, I did the Wheel of Life, and my Wheel of Life was jacked up. It was all over the place. And I would look at it and my false belief was, well, you know, priorities. That's just not really a high priority in my life right now, you know, and I'm okay with that. And then I started to realize how it impacts the people around me. I'm really purpose driven and I'm really like, hey, you know, God gave me this vision for Unbroken Fitness Solutions and let's drive and grow and like I'm completely alienating all the people in my world, my wife and my kids and my friendships. And I realized how unhealthy that was because I was making the vision that God gave me into an idol. So I had started idolizing it, and it was making everything kind of all jacked up in my life, right? So what we want to do is we want to recognize those limiting beliefs as we're doing this, right? And reflect on why these areas have low scores. Consider factors such as time allocation, resource availability, limiting beliefs, or lack of goals in these areas, right? And take some time and just reflect on those things and write down any thoughts that come to mind. As you finish that up, we're going to go into the biblical reflection on those things now. So as you prioritize areas for growth, reflect on the biblical perspective of stewardship. Who can like distill or define stewardship in like 30 seconds or less? Anybody? Nobody?
The management of something that we've been given,
Yeah.
whether a time or a talent.
That's
Relationship.
perfect, right? So the management of something that you've been given, whether it's time, talent, relationship, right? So we want to be good stewards of the things that we've been blessed with, right? So as you prioritize these areas for growth, reflect on the biblical perspective of stewardship and growth. Consider 2 Peter 1, 5-6, which talks about making every effort to add to your faith goodness, knowledge, self-control, perseverance, godliness, and mutual affection. You guys just write down any notes that you might have as you're thinking about that. All right, and then let's go ahead and move on to page 37. We're setting intentions for improvement in those areas. If an area is not where you want it to be, how do we make it better? So setting clear intentions really it's the first step towards really setting goals. So just realize that this isn't like a goal that you're setting. This is an intention to make it better. And what does it maybe look like as it gets better? Right? It's the first step towards meaningful change. Okay. Start finishing that up here. Now, like I said, Annie and I did our goal setting about 3 weeks ago. And you know, there's a drill that our mentor, Pastor Dr. Matt Hubbard, does with his goal setting. I actually texted him yesterday and I was like, hey man, like really want to bring this into our goal setting workshop. Are you cool with that? And he's like, yeah, man, go for it, light it up. So so with that being said, we're gonna use, it's not actually in the book, but we're gonna use the back of the last page that you used. Right? So just that white page that you've got right there to the left. And we're just gonna write down a list, right? This is gonna be a timed exercise. Okay. And we're gonna do a dream list of all the things that you want to have, do, be, right? You're gonna write down when the timer starts, and you're just gonna start going down the list. All right, write as many things down as quickly as you can. Does anybody have any questions about what we're doing?
Dream list, right? Like
Yep.
what we want to
What,
have.
what you want in your lives, right? It could be material things, it could be immaterial things, right? Any questions, comments, concerns, emotional outbursts? Ready, go. Thirty more seconds. Ten seconds. Four, three, two, one. Time. Pens down. Pens down. All right. Who's got less than 5 things? Okay. Who's got 15, between 5 and 15? Okay, awesome. Who's got more than 15? Anybody? All right, cool. So the way that Dr. Matt talks about this is like, if you can only think of a few things, like we got to unplug your toilet. We got to unclog your toilet, right? Is because it's blocked, right? Dreams aren't flowing. Your creativity, like what you think is possible, the things that are, like you're trying to grasp for, you're trying to grow into, that vision needs to expand, right? If you're kind of middle of the road, then it's like, that you flush that toilet and it's like, oh man, I hope it goes down, right? And then if you've got 15 or more, then you're like, you should be up here teaching the class, right? So I want you to think about that as we go through as we get set into creating a 10-year vision. Okay. We're going to create some big, hairy, audacious goals. They're called BHAGs. Right now, a big, hairy, audacious goal, when we're talking about your 10-year vision, is like, I want you to think big. Right? Wayne Gretzky said that, see if I can get the quote here. Most people dramatically overestimate what they can accomplish in a year. Which is why New Year's resolutions always fall flat on their face, right? Because they're like, oh man, I'm gonna do all this stuff. And then, come March, they fall off, right? That's usually why we see a big spike in business in like February and March, because everybody goes to 24 and they're like, okay, we're gonna get in shape, and they realize it's harder than they thought it was, right? But most people dramatically underestimate what they can accomplish in 10 years. What could you do in a decade? When you start to shift your thinking into decades long, generations long, holy smokes, what could I accomplish? Like, what kind of impact could the Neal family leave on this planet over the course of generations? Right? It's crazy to think about. You look at the biggest families in like the wealthiest families, like everybody knows the Rockefellers, right? You've heard of the Gates, right? Trump has done a really good job at creating legacy, right? So let's start thinking long term. Let's start thinking big vision. Okay. So as we're creating a 10-year vision on page 39, in this section, we're gonna the focus is setting ambitious long-term goals, commonly known as BHAGs, big, hairy, audacious goals. Concept is rooted in principles. And amazing book, by the way, Jim Collins, awesome author. He wrote Built to Last. He talks about BHAGs in that. But encourages you to think big and envision the future that's both challenging and deeply inspiring. Like you can have a big, hairy, audacious goal, but if it doesn't light you up, if it doesn't set you on fire, then you might need to think about something else. Okay. So the power of long-term visioning. A 10-year vision compels you to look beyond the immediate horizon and consider what you truly want to achieve in a significant time frame. Proverbs 29:18 says, where there is no vision, the people perish. Right? So it also, like some translations. All right. So a clear, compelling vision provides direction and purpose, driving you towards meaningful achievements. So we get into activity, the next activity on page 40. So we're going to develop that 10-year vision. Take a moment to dream without limits, right? What do you want to achieve in the next 10 years if there were no constraints? Consider different aspects of your life, career, personal growth, spirituality, relationships, health, community involvement. What do these areas look like in your ideal future? Ready? Go. Another tip on this drill is try and make it present tense. Like as if like 10 years, I am doing this. Not I will be, but I am running the world's largest no-kill animal shelter.
Those 6 cows that we're gonna eat them.
Really dogs, we're dog focused.
Yeah.
That's it.
Let's finish that up. So we're going to move on to page 41. So believe it or not, that wasn't even setting the goals. That's just casting the vision. Okay, so if that's where we want to, like, I just gotta ask, who did that exercise and got super excited? Anybody get excited? Anybody get fired up? Man. Like when you start to shed off all the crud, the limiting beliefs, the unforgiveness, all of that stuff, and you start to realize what's actually possible, you learn how to dream again. That's why the whole first half of this this workshop is so important, to kind of set the stage, right? Because we got to unlock that vision. So next is going to be setting big, hairy, audacious goals, right? So with that being said, I want to talk a little bit about lagging versus leading measures. Okay, a lagging measure is not very specific, right? So let's see, what would be a lagging measure? Just because I'm in fitness, and the vast majority of our people are like want to lose weight, they want to get toned, whatever. I'm going to use weight loss, right? So a lagging measure with weight loss would be like, I want to lose 20 pounds. It's not specific, right? And that's okay, because you need to be able to hone that in, right? You've got to be able to kind of zoom in on it, but you also got to be able to zoom out. So let's take that 10-year vision and then let's create some big, hairy, audacious goals, right? Now, what are the nuts and bolts? Like, what do I need to accomplish? What goals do I need to have to be able to bring that 10-year vision into a reality? So let's go ahead and take some time on page 41 to set those big, hairy, audacious goals. How are we going to make that vision come to fruition? Yeah.
There we wrote a vision of the 10 years, and here we have to divide those with that we will.
Yeah, these are now the goals to be able to achieve that vision, right? In 10 years.
The steps to take.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where you want this to be, not like. Bring confidence, you know, like that is like a goal. Right. Sometimes
So they
specifically,
objectives
like,
to the goal?
yes, they can have your vision of like, this is where I'm gonna be. How do I, right, like I've got this financial freedom, I've got whatever, well, in order to do that, the goals have to be. This is.
Okay. Next, we're moving to page 42. Now that we have written our kind of given a rough outline of what our 10-year vision is going to look like, we're going to distill it down now. All right. We are going to write a clear, concise statement that you can look at on a daily basis that is going to refresh your memory. It's going to keep you focused on this is where I'm going. Because I promise you that when you get in the minutia of the day-to-day, you're going to need that clear, concise statement as your North Star. It's going to be your guiding star. So we're going to summarize your 10-year vision into a concise statement. This statement should be inspiring, clear, and reflective of the future you are committed to creating. Place this statement somewhere you can see it daily as a reminder and motivation. Okay. Something also that I didn't allude to in a previous section with your daily affirmations. This is going to go with those daily affirmations. You're going to rip those pages out of your book and you're going to post them on your bathroom mirror, where you're going to have to confront them every single day. And you're going to rehearse those daily affirmations every single day and remind yourself, right, who you are, what your vision is, because we've got to embed this into your deeper subconscious, right? Because again, how you think is what's going to dictate how you behave, the decisions that you make. So let's go ahead and craft that vision statement. Distill it down for me, please. Okay. All right. This next exercise is pretty fun. But it's not just something that we're gonna do today. This is something that we need to do on a regular basis, is visualization. If you talk to any athlete, their coach will tell them, Aaron, how many times have you told your players, I want you to visualize the win?
Every week.
Every week, right? Aaron used to coach football here in San Diego at a D1 college, so he knows all about coaching, right? But visualization is so powerful. We have to be able to see ourselves in that 10-year vision. And so we're going to do this right now. We're going to take just a couple minutes, right? It's going to be kind of short, but we're going to visualize this us in this in 10 years. What are we doing? Who's with you? What kind of impact have you made on the planet, on the world, on your community, right? And how do you feel? Right? So as you sit and reflect, I literally want you to close your eyes and put yourself in that world, right? Maybe it's with a certain physique that you have. Maybe it's with a certain career that you have. Maybe it's, you know, a relationship, whatever it is, right? You know, a house, whatever, right? And then write down who's with you, impact, and how do you feel? All right. Evan, who's with you in your 10-year
My
vision? Yeah.
My wife, my sons, likely grandchildren,
Let's go.
and thousands of men that I get to serve and lead within the house of God.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Right on. Mike, who's with you?
Family.
Yeah?
My family.
No. Anon?
Colleagues and team members,
Okay.
and then I also stated like in my heart, my family.
Come on. Myra, how do you feel in that vision? Like what emotions come?
I don't know if I read that, but, just like joyful, happy,
Fantastic.
filled.
Yeah. Has anybody like looked at this vision, like, and got almost like a little bit of anxiety of like, man, am I committing to this? Is this really what I'm gonna do? No?
Yeah.
Is it a little bit scary? Is the vision a little bit scary?
Yeah.
Right? So,
Feeling happy and anxious, like, oh, I'm writing it, I'm feeling proud, but, oh, it's this achievable. Kind of, that is like.
yeah. And that's, I bring it up because, I think it's important to identify. When I was coaching Naval Special Warfare, so I used to coach the Navy SEAL candidates over at Great Lakes Naval Base. And so they would basically come get in shape with us before they would go out to BUDS, right? Basically underwater demolition school, right? They graduate BUDS, they become Navy SEALs, kind of awesome, right? But we'd see these guys that would come in and they were like, you could tell that there was just like there was almost like a self-sabotage that was happening because they didn't really believe that they could do it. They didn't really believe that it was possible that they could become a Navy SEAL, right? They were there because they're like, man, whatever their motivation was, but deep down, they had doubts, right? And those were the guys that washed out, that didn't make it, because their habits started to align with those false beliefs, right? And they sabotaged themselves. So what I would want to encourage each and every one of you to do is to continually renew your mind. Take every thought captive. So important that when that doubt comes in, that's the enemy trying to tell you, like, you can't do that, John. Like, no, you're not getting that. Like, is it really realistic? Of course it's realistic, right? Keep your eyes focused on your vision, right? Know that God loves you and he wants what's best for you, right? The answers to your prayers are yes and amen. So he wants to give you everything your heart desires, right? And while I know some people think that's it's actually scriptural, right? It's in the word, right? But we a lot of Christians have been conditioned to believe that they need to live like this small life, this like, oh, well, I only need to have just enough for me. I don't want to be greedy, right? I know that, money is the root of all evil. Well, the Bible says that the love of money is the root of all evil, right? Of all kinds of evil, yeah. So I think, again, it's really important to understand that it's not bad to want things. It's not bad to want to succeed. When you succeed, guess what? You now have influence. Guess what? Now you have resources. Now you have the ability to shift a culture, to shift, a community, to do a whole lot of good in the world, right? So, but if you allow the enemy to come in and say, come on, that's not good. You can't do that, right? So we got to take those thoughts captive. All right. So now we're on to section 9. How's everybody doing? We doing good? Doing good? All right. So we had planned a 15-minute break, but I kind of felt like it was a little bit early to do another 15-minute break. How are you guys feeling? Everybody's good? Nobody needs a break? You want to power on, power through? Yeah. Cool. Right on. Carol's like, I need a break. Can I get a break?
No, I feel like that's a break.
I'm surprised you don't need more breaks with all that water.
I know.
You must be taking your electrolytes.
Yeah.
All right. So speaking of which, so next we're going to go ahead and we've got the 10-year vision. We've got those 10-year goals. Now it's time to reverse engineer those goals. Okay. So if we want to be there in 10 years, where do we need to be in 5 years? Where do we need to be in 3 years? Where do we need to be in 1 year? Right? And if we can determine where we need to be by the end of the year, we can figure out where we need to be by the end of this quarter. By April 1st, where do we need to be? What goals do we need to accomplish to stay on track to hit our 10-year vision? Okay, so that's what we're doing right now is we are reverse engineering our 10-year vision, right? Some of this might seem a little, tedious or monotonous, but trust me, like this is huge, so important. So we're going to go into activity number 4 or on page number 46, setting your 5-year milestones. Now a 5-year milestone, it's still pretty far out. So it still might be more lagging measures, right? Whereas the leading measure is really specific. A lagging measure, like we said, is kind of more vague, right? So where do you need to be in 5 years to achieve your 10-year vision? Let's take a few minutes and write that down on page 46. Okay. Who are my shooters in the room? Who likes to shoot arrows, guns? Anybody? Bueller? Bueller? Okay, we got a few, right? So, what I want you guys to think about is when you're like, I like the weapons analogy as a prior service Marine, right? So if I'm sighting in on a target that's 500 yards downrange, but I'm off by 1 degree, 1 degree for every 100 yards that bullet goes out, I'm off by 10 inches. Right? So by the time it gets down 500 yards downrange, I've completely missed the mark. Right? That's why these drills are so important, is because we need to make sure that we can get back to zero and get sighted in to stay on trajectory for those, for that 10-year vision. So now we're gonna go to our 3-year goals, all right? Now, here's typically where people start to see your fitness goals start to manifest. A lot of times people's like the fitness goals, they're a little bit more immediate. They're not thinking about fitness goals in 10 years, right? Hopefully in 10 years, you're just maintaining, right? But in 3 years, it's like, man, I've hit it. I'm there, right? So because we're in a gym, right? Let's try and think about where's your physical health in this, all right? As we're establishing these 3-year goals, all right? Same thing. And you might notice too that some of these, they start to become more leading measures. They're more specific the closer they become. All right. So. Is anybody finding it challenging to reverse engineer this 10-year vision? Is it? What's that?
Kind of.
Kind of?
From 10 years, it's like a dream, and then, oh, okay, I have to be a little bit practical, 5 years. Oh, okay, like 3 years, I have to be more practical in 3 years.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, so you get a little bit more into the nuts and bolts of like what it actually takes to bring that dream, that vision into reality. So, Lindsay, what kind of challenges were you facing?
My 3-year,
Yeah, you said you had a hard time kind of reverse engineering it. Like what trouble were you facing?
to visualize it, to see kind of where it will be, so like what small steps to take to get to there.
Okay, and here's the thing, is that the best you can do right now, because it's in the future, is you can try and make a guess, right? It's like in 3 years, I mean, I don't know. Well, hopefully this is where I need to be, right? This is where I think I need to be, but you might need to course correct along the way. That make sense? So. Okay, let's move on to page 48. Now it's getting real. This is by the end of 2024. By the end of 2024, where do you need to be? What goals do you need to have achieved to stay on track with that 3-year vision? Which ultimately keeps you on track for that 10-year vision. Go ahead and start. Consider the resources, skills, and knowledge that you might need to acquire along the way to be able to achieve your 10-year vision. Right, as you begin to finish that up, guys, we're going to reverse engineer it down even further. So we're going to do this last little drill, and then we're going to take like a 10-minute break real quick. We got some people on Zoom looking to kind of catch up. They're a few pages behind. So, next we're getting into quarterly planning. So we've distilled our 10-year vision. I like that word today, distilled, right? But we have reverse engineered our 10-year vision all the way down to a year. So now it's time to look at what do we need to do this quarter before the end of March, by April 1, to be able to achieve that 1 year. For those of you who know what SMART goals are, we are going to take these and we're going to make them SMART after the break. All right, as we're finishing that up, I do want you guys to keep in mind that we have to really lean on a smaller number of targets to what are going to be the most effective ways to be able to achieve these goals. Okay, because if you have 20 different targets to shoot at, you're not going to hit them all. Right? We want to look at the ones that are like the 20% targets that are going to move the needle 80% of the way. Does that make sense? So if you could only choose like 3 to 5 things to really devote your focus to, what would those 3 to 5 things be? Right? So let's go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Use the restroom, grab some water, get some coffee, stretch your booties, and we will be back in at 11:24.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah. I was reading something about your podcast, it's gym quick to some exercises to focus on your mind, and this is one of those. Yeah, you can move your hands, so you can just,
Their wiggles out.
yeah, or
Where they like.
just wondering, I have currently like a group that meets like is outside of the fitness, where as what Eugene was saying, like, just encouraging each other, or or a chat, or a
For coffee and just kind of sit down and do the join and just challenging things, and then people can kind of like, because it helps when people talk about it, right? That is a good idea. Yeah, I'm gonna figure that out.
yeah, I thought that we guys already started, and I wanted to.
Yeah, that's
join, yeah.
this, and we do like kind of group.
I know
everything we
people
do with the church, but like something specific to the gym community. A little bit better too, because not everybody knows one another.
Yeah, and then we could see
Yeah.
each other's drawings.
I love the idea. Yeah. So, you know what we could do? There's ways to do it groups, like where everybody can just go and chat.
Yes,
Like,
that would be
I
good
can just
too.
facilitate it and just
Like-
be like, all right, what's everybody, working on this week?
Because everybody's in like, not a common time for everybody.
Right.
And that would be great, like,
Right.
what are you up
And we
to?
could, maybe we
Or
could
what's
start it
going
that way.
Yeah.
Everybody wants to meet or whatever, then we
Yeah,
can.
it's like maybe a once a month, or
Just go and chat.
coffee, or
Figure something and figure it out. Anyways, I'll just send it out to everybody as like, if you want to join us, let me know, and we can talk, and then I can facilitate it weekly where it's like, do a question for everybody, or like.
what do you guys
This
think?
week, and everybody can be like, oh, it's hard because, I love the idea, really, yes, I'm gonna work on that this week. Really good idea.
Yeah,
I'll give you credit. Oh, smart.
Focus on the SMART goals.
Right, yeah. That's really good idea.
And then I think it's the accountability, right? And it's just
Yeah, they say the same, some of the same things too, right? Like there's a similar vein to everybody, regardless of if they're fitness goal or there's motivation or like, especially, yeah. And it's like through different times of the year too, right? Like we build up to like, there's a little summer, you want, this, that, and then we get into holidays, that brings a new set of challenges.
And I'm specifically interested, sometimes, because of just the lies, like these limiting beliefs keeps on like. And it's just, how do I prevent that, and then push them away?
Yeah.
What are good examples of pushing them away, based on their experience or.
Yeah, no, I love that. Really, yeah, really good idea. Yeah, because we can do it. If everybody's really got access to.
It's a very good
support and make a support group.
Yeah, good way to communicate with us.
Yeah.
So maybe,
No, that's a good idea. Really good idea. And then anybody that wants to join can, and then they, go along, they can, but
But I guess just looking at, the conversations, kind of think, maybe even though I'm a passive participant in that conversation, I can still relate and say,
that you're not alone in certain things too. Like there's that like misery loves company. It's true. It's true. I want to know that, like, or that somebody's, or maybe there's something that somebody overcame that you're trying to, and then it's like that whole like the analogy is like the 4 mile, thing where it's like, oh, okay. We did it, you did this, we can do, you can do this.
or like, oh, I'm going into a hike with this area, somebody wants to join or something.
Everybody can kind of be friendly.
Yeah.
Yes, I love that. Really, really love that. I'm gonna make a note of that on my little. Going today on the timing. Really good idea. Yes, I like it.
At what point did
Yeah.
like
Establishing a
More of a community.
I really like
It's so how you feel about everything, like.
how you are helping us towards our goal.
Yeah.
I mean, this alone is, no sign of, is you giving your time for us to really go and reflect. Because sometimes it's hard to, okay, I have this goal, but how do I reach that? And how do I, that's really, how do I eliminate those limiting beliefs?
Like it's a very, those patterns is difficult. Yeah, difficult. Yeah, it is really difficult. I think it's something that everybody else is facing the same, it's something different, right? It might be a different thought, it might be a different goal that they have, that everybody's kind of the same thing. Yes, I love that. Yeah,
Thank you.
come up with something good this, maybe we'll just start it on training and see what the interest is. All my clients about it. And just kind of,
Did you open the new?
no, I guess. Negotiating on what we wanted, and then there's some stuff like that, so we might, but it's not that one. Yeah, it'd be a good area, but yeah, it's a nice one. It's just. It's like.
Think back on it. Remember when?
Yeah, that's exactly the one, right? It's a new year and. There's something.
Next time, I
No, it's not close.
Yeah.
A lot of.
Not entirely sure, it's just like, and then we get another message last time, like, oh, I'm considering this. And just goes, almost like just.
Oh, sorry.
Just can't believe it. Guys are. Anyways, yeah, so not yet, but. We're, hopefully.
Thank you, Annie.
Yes, absolutely, really, really love it.
Spec, I have, because I had 20 minutes, she goes, I found out.
You're gonna fish.
I was trying about 20 minutes, someone else's life going. Stupid, I mean, that's how.
Like, Eugene goes, and then that's where.
Like 20 minutes, that's in there.
Almost. We're-
Get inspiration. from what- I'm yesterday right now. I said 2 hours of screen time yesterday and I'm just.
Yeah, we both.
Where, like, I'm not even.
The round. I have, 2:33. I'm not very good like that. So I.
I've not had to change for the last few weeks because that conference call.
Because then it tells me.
That's the only time I
You're living on a different time.
Like, you want to keep going or not. And then sometimes I'll keep going, but then now I know. I learned with on Instagram, like, whether it's and then now I have to choice. Okay, maybe you stop now, or I can keep going.
And now you have a choice.
I make that decision of like, now.
Am I gonna be consciously unproductive?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I don't know. So I think we're only 15 minutes here. Yeah, the good thing is, you know, I'm whatever, like 2 hours, you know, and then it's like. Yeah, so, you were online. I did my law in 4 hours.
I'm like, I could have learned a new skill.
You know, and then you take time to that, like, break the lines and you know, like, by. Oh, I'm talking,
Yeah, that's probably like me too. It was all the actors and all the people who actually. All of, yeah.
Yeah. Even the Apple CEO,
Apple
his
CEOs,
kids do
kids
not
that do not
have.
have cell phones.
Yeah, they go to school where they don't have.
His kids don't even have phones. He doesn't believe it. All the guys who build this stuff don't even have cell phones. They were taking.
What kind of.
And then our kids are.
Switching.
Oh my god, that's insane.
Yeah, all the guys, tech guys.
There's a special school in, what is that called?
Okay, nursing facilities.
They're all the big cities. Have everything also related there, there's one is that is big. They are not allowed.
2 weeks today, if you want it to.
Oh, I'm not gonna, for me, I'm not. Sorry.
All different things that what happened.
Yeah, that's what I said, I said.
Right.
We are back.
Oh, my phone will tell me. Yeah, that much.
All right, guys.
Yeah.
Let's get back into it. Time to get smart. So, SMART goals. We've already written out kind of a rough outline of what our goals for the next quarter are going to look like. Now we've got to make them SMART. SMART's an acronym that stands for specific, measurable. Let's see if I can. Attainable, relatable or relevant, right? And timely or time bound. Okay. So when a goal is SMART, it lays out everything. There's no question on what I'm going to do. So for example, a cardio goal. To make it, it might originally be pretty vague. I want to run 2 days a week. That's pretty vague, right? Or I want to start a running program. That's even more vague, right? So I want to make it specific. How would I make it more specific? Somebody give me an example. Jesus?
Run 5 miles a week.
Okay, run 5 miles a week. That's more specific, right? How can I make it even more specific?
By April 24, I will be running 1 mile or 2 miles every day, Monday through Friday.
Right, you can break it down even further, right?
Yeah.
So it can be like,
Okay.
you know, Monday through Friday, I'm gonna run a mile a day. We can even make it even more specific though.
And how much time?
You can put how much time.
The pace you would do it at.
I wanna keep an 8-minute pace. Right? Setting something that's like, it's a stretch, but it's attainable for you. Right? If you're currently running a 10-minute mile and you're planning on going out tomorrow and running an 8-minute pace, it's not really attainable. Right? So we want to make sure it's a stretch, but it's doable. Okay. So but that's kind of getting ahead. So as we continue on the route of specificity, when we designate a place and a time, we take our adherence or our compliance from 30% up to over 80%. When I say I'm going to run 2.5 miles on Tuesdays and Thursdays from my house, this route at 6:30 in the morning through Q1, I now have taken away every single question of like the specifics of this. And I'm going to do it at an 8-minute pace. Right? Now, is that measurable? Yes, no, maybe.
Yes.
Bueller? It's measurable, right? Is it attainable? I know that for me, that's an attainable goal. Right? Or actually, you know what? For me, that's not an attainable goal because my schedule wouldn't permit that. So I would have to explore different days and different times. So, making it relevant. Is it relevant to my goal? Is that what I want to accomplish? Well, I want to always be the tactical athlete. I want to be versatile. I want to be able to get up and run if I need to. I want to be able to fight if I need to. I want to be able to, you know, be strong, to be able to perform whatever task. So that for me, that goal is relevant, right? And then, is it time bound? What was the time that we set?
A week.
We said Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6:30 a.m. So although that's not maybe attainable for my schedule, if I was setting SMART goals and if that was in alignment with my schedule, then yes, that's time bound, right? 8-minute pace, that's also another time constraint. Does that all make sense? So we want to make it specific, we want to make it measurable, we want to make it attainable, relatable, and timely. So what we're going to do next is we're going to go to your activities on page 51. We're going to now rewrite all of those goals for the quarter that we've written out, and we are going to make each one of them SMART. Make sure that you put in a place where you're going to do it and a time that you are going to do it. And be ready because I'm gonna ask for some volunteers to share a couple of your SMART goals. Anybody need more time? Couple more people? Okay. Give it one more minute. Hey. Myra, you want to give us one of your SMART goals?
Um. Um.
I said I was gonna ask for volunteers, didn't I?
Yes.
Not picking on people.
Yes, keep
Does
it
anybody
going.
wanna volunteer?
I'll volunteer.
Here, I'll go ahead.
Oh,
If you still wanna volunteer, Myra, we'll come back to you.
Voluntold.
And if there's anybody on Zoom that wants to volunteer to share, then feel free to raise your hand in the chat. Go ahead, Carol.
So this is regarding my professional growth. So by February 13, 2024, I will study 2 hours from Monday through Friday between the hours of 6:30 to 8:30 to be able to pass my licensing exam on February 16, 24.
I like it. Right on. So, is that specific? Can we get more specific? You probably could. You could probably even break down like what material you need to study when, if you want to get real crazy with it. You know, I like to, I want to know really specifics, right? If I know that I got to get through this chapter by this time or this unit by this time, like I want to be able to even put those outlines in there so I know that I'm hitting my benchmarks. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I have a plan. I have a website that it breaks it down for me exactly what I need to be studying which week.
Awesome.
That's why I didn't get specific.
That's all right. Cool. Right on. Anybody else want to share? Randy?
Okay, so on the wheel of things, I have a flat tire in the section of doing fun things.
Okay.
And so my objective is to buy a 58-foot Benito sailboat. But I don't think I'm qualified to just jump in to that kind of sailing challenge. And so I'm gonna rent a sailboat by March 30th. And I know where to rent it, but I just put Sails R Us, but that's not the real name. It's on Harbor Island. I just can't remember the name of the place.
Okay.
So, and I'm going to enroll in a class for navigation and electronics by July. And I don't know where that is, so I've got to find out where that is and enroll it by July. So I assume that there's a junior college or someplace that has that. If not, you can hire the same outfit on Harbor Island and they'll give you lessons, but that's probably less efficient and more expensive than going to JC. And then I found out that if you buy a Benito sailboat in the East Coast, you can get it for like half of what you can get it for here because of numerous things. It'd be 2 years old, and the people that charter sailboat always buy a new one every 2 years. So you can buy a used sailboat for half of what you can get it here, which is like, I don't know, $250,000, something like that.
Okay. Yeah. So sometimes what we'll find is that we don't have all the information that we need to fully articulate our SMART goals. So that might be some homework for some of us to be able to, maybe it's not Sales or Us, maybe you got maybe you need to go in and refine your SMART goals a little bit more. So you can make them
For sure.
like complete. And so that was thank you for sharing. So anybody else want to share one?
I can do one.
All right.
I like since has volunteered, so for the program that I'm managing, my goal is to make the team pretty much like sustainable without me being in the picture. So just really encouraging, like really just having the team run on their own. So what I plan to do is, so like every week on Monday from 9 to 10 a.m., really evaluate the program as a whole
on during that time to see like, what can I continue to delegate, what can I automate, and then what can I get rid of? Just to make sure that, the team is being set up for success, and then just seeing kind of like their health and how they're actually like met. So just like setting up like an hour where I'm actually following on a weekly basis, that ultimate goal of letting them be sustainable without me in the picture.
Okay, so what is your actual SMART goal? Can you read it?
This?
Yeah.
Oh,
A SMART goal to achieve that.
Oh,
What is
yeah,
it-
so
what
then
is-
every week on Mondays from 9 to 10 AM, just evaluate the program and how it's running with the team.
Is that the goal?
What
or
is,
that the
what,
outcome?
yeah, what is evaluating?
Just like to look at everything as a whole,
Okay,
to see
So-
if there's any changes that need to be made.
all right, so you're evaluating, but what's the actual, the behavior that needs to take place to get the team self-sustaining? So you're evaluating processes, but what are we doing to maybe pour into the team to get them self-sustaining? Does that make sense? So,
Like if something happened to you and I needed to step in to do your goal, I'd wanna know it super clear of like what I'm actually doing. Is that kind of where you're going to?
yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt to have, processes, SOPs in place.
Right.
Right, but you wanna have, like, what is your specific, measurable, attainable, relatable, timely, tasks that relate to that project, that goal, that are going to get you there by the end of the quarter.
Okay,
Does that make sense?
yeah.
And it could be that evaluation process then leads to additional goals of like, okay, now I evaluated this and I see X, Y, and Z needs to take place. So then you have 3 additional SMART goals that kind of feed into that. So that one's like, right now, you might not know exactly
Yeah.
what needs to happen because you still need to look at like, what it is. So it's be evolving way in that regard.
So maybe it's like, by, January 20th, I perform a needs analysis. So I can figure out exactly what measures I need to take to get my team self-sustained. And then, from there, you can then, once you have that needs analysis done, then you can actually set your SMART targets in that arena. Because if you don't know what you need to do, sometimes you gotta go on an exploration to figure out what exactly are the nuts and bolts things that are necessary to achieve the goal.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? That's why, that's why you guys have trainers, because we're there to help guide you through to figure out what is the nuts and bolts. So that's gonna get you to your goal, right? And we lean on our clients because it's a partnership, right? We're not there as a boss to like mandate things. Like, we need to know, is it attainable? Right? We can guide you on what is the best plan to get to your goal. But if you're like, dude, that's so unrealistic right now, like in this phase of my life. So we've got to be able to, figure out what's going to be a SMART goal for each and every one of our clients, right? Just like you need to do that for yourself and your team. So when we do our reevaluations, it's like us trainers doing a needs analysis with our client to be able to figure out like what are our next steps. So, all right. Cool. So next, we've got our calendar. So we should have now some SMART targets that have timely things associated with it, right? Let's go back to that running analogy. Tuesdays and Thursdays, if I'm running at 6:30 a.m. Out my back door, then I need to make sure that I go to my calendar through Q1 and I physically write down in my calendar every Tuesday and every Thursday that I'm going to be doing my run. Okay. So we're gonna take, we've got a whole calendar from all the way out to December here. We're only working on Q1 right now. So let's make sure that we now take those SMART targets and feed them into our calendar. The other thing that we're going to do, and I might be getting a little bit ahead of myself here, is we want to look at the days on that calendar at the end of the quarter and find when can we get away to reevaluate. We need to be able to disrupt and get out of the normalcy of our day. So like while me and my wife, we could do our reevaluation at home with the dogs, it's too close to our normal day-to-day. There's too many distractions, there's all the things that pull us away from this task. This is why I asked everybody to come here today. Because if I just give you the book and say, go do it, we've learned, and this was my big learning thing from last year when we did our goal setting, is it has to be in person. It has to be like, you got to be forced to sit down and do this stuff, right? And it helps to get out of a comfortable environment and into an environment where you are ready to like sit down and think about all of this stuff. Does that make sense? Yeah. You know, does anybody have anybody work from home here? Okay, some people work from home. Do you have a specific place, Beth, in your house that you go to do your work?
Yeah.
It's
Yes.
like, it's different. Like when I sit down at my desk, work mode. When I go to the living room, it's relax mode. When I go to the bedroom, it's sleep mode.
Sure.
Right? You've got to have different, you've got to,
How bad?
see what you did there.
That's all right.
Oh.
It's all natural, it's God made. It's
Yep,
okay.
yep.
Two
Anyway.
things, but sleep's just one.
Anyway, so we have to kind of set apart the time and the space where we can reevaluate and recalibrate our goals. Does that make sense? That's why we plan a trip. This is a new, right? We're planning trips to at the end of the quarter to actually get away and disrupt this like monotonous cycle that we go through. All right. So at the end of your quarter, I want you guys to think about what that looks like for you. Okay, so let's get our SMART targets, the timely SMART targets put into Q1, and think about that getaway at the end of the quarter.
I started on the time that we are on the calendar, so I'm gonna be.
So you
knowing
said it
the
was like
first
6:30 to 8:30 your study time, right? You can put that in your calendar.
So started for this week, just the two.
Yeah, so if it's today's the 13th already, you're not gonna backtrack and do earlier.
Yeah.
Great, David. What time and where? And for how long?
Space is not enough.
What's that?
Space is not enough.
Feel free. I mean, they're single-sided, so you can go to the other side and oh, you mean the space inside the square for the
Yes.
calendar? You can use this as a rough outline and then go to your daily planner.
And I think there's an app also that allows you to do this. Oh, and the calendar.
Yeah. We're gonna get into a little bit of like more of the day-to-day stuff,
Oh.
right? Oh.
Oh, February 23rd, 24th.
I love it. We got the husband and wife couple that are over there like meshing calendars together.
I just realized this is more. It has the ounces, you're supposed to be drinking by the time. It's supposed to be, so this is small. Yeah.
That's the way to do it. And it's measurable.
It is measurable.
There you go.
I see it, by this time I didn't finish it, I didn't make my goal.
Let's take about one more minute. How we doing, guys? You ready? Okay. We're gonna move on to section 10 now. All right. So we can have a plan, and that's great. So we've actually got a plan set in stone, it's set in our calendars for the whole first quarter. We've got SMART targets. We know exactly what we're doing at this point. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes? Awesome. Now we gotta execute. Execution's the hardest part. You gotta actually do it, right? So, who knows what a feedback loop is? So, a feedback, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, Brandon.
Sure.
But like, the feedback loop, you've got the input. And then you've got the output, you've got to be able to like close that feedback loop. So we've got to be able to, like, from a psychological standpoint, we've got to be able to analyze like, hey, what worked, what didn't, so we can close that feedback loop. That's why a lot of New Year's resolutions don't work for people, because the end of the feedback loop is the end of the year. And it happens, it's so long that most people, they never, like, they fall off in the first quarter, and they never go back and they reevaluate and close the feedback, right? So we've got to have some anchors, right? Those anchors are going to help to close the feedback loop. They're rewards and consequences. So for each and every one of the activities, each and every one of the SMART targets, we're going to have a reward and we're going to have a consequence. A reward if you do it and you execute all quarter long, and a consequence if you don't. Now, the reward has to be something that you wouldn't normally do for yourself, right? It's got to be something that, like, if you all the time go up to El Misa to have a nice breakfast with your wife on Tuesdays, that can't be your reward, right? It's got to be something that you wouldn't normally do for yourself, and then the consequence has to be something that is so viscerally grotesque to you that it's actually going to motivate you to not do that, to actually execute. Most people are driven by pain avoidance. 70% of people are driven by avoiding pain, which makes sense, right? We're hardwired that way, right? But 30% is driven by pleasure seeking. We want that thing. We want that carrot at the end of the stick, right? So we have to leverage both to really make sure that we can close this feedback loop and we can start building trust with ourselves again. There's only one relationship outside of your one with Jesus that is really the most important, right? And it's the one with yourself. And if you look at yourself and you say, man, I suck, I can't execute. Like I say, here I go. I set goals again, and I just failed again, just like every year, right? So there has to be consequences, right? And there has to be a reward. So if you have that reward, you have to give it to yourself. You have to reward yourself because it closes the feedback loop, and it's going to show you that you can actually trust yourself. And it's going to start to shift the way that you actually, the relationship that you have with yourself. Does that make sense to everybody? So if we want to have long-lasting change, you got to start changing the relationship that you have with the man in the mirror or the woman in the mirror. Does that make sense? Cool. So, rewards and consequences. We're going to go into page 66, establishing a reward system. So, you're going to write one reward for each one of your 3 to 5 targets for the quarter. Okay? Let's take. So you guys can go ahead and get started on that. Write one reward. Again, it's something that you would not normally do for yourself.
It can be a feeling.
What's that?
Can it be a feeling? Can my reward be a feeling?
Can your reward be a feeling? No, it has to be something physical, something tangible, right? So here's an example of a reward and a consequence, right? So like when I went through a course called Pathfinders, all right, through our church, it's like a entrepreneurship, like business development. It's actually the program that this business came out of, right? I wouldn't have been equipped to launch Unbroken without Pathfinders. So with that being said, you know, a reward for me is I wanted a new Mossberg shotgun,
Amen.
right?
Everyone needs.
And that's like a, you know, depending on all the bells and whistles that you want to put on it, it's roughly, you know, $600, $650 purchase, right? And that was something that I wasn't gonna buy for myself. On the flip side, there was a consequence. So I've already allocated the $650, right? That's over here in the bucket. I have to give it to somebody and say, here, if I execute, you're my accountability partner, right? You're gonna go buy me the shotgun. Or you're gonna go to Power Weapons and Gear and you are going to give them the money. It's gonna be already on the other side of the till, and I just gotta go and do all the paperwork and fill it out and, you know, do all the California legal stuff, right? But if I fail, you're gonna take that money and you're gonna go down, or you're gonna go donate it to Planned Parenthood.
Yes.
Like that's like viscerally, like that is something that I am very against, right? And so that to me was like a motivator. I had to execute, and the money is in my buddy's pocket, so it's gonna happen one way or another. Like it's I'm either gonna get a reward or a consequence, right?
That's a pretty bad consequence.
Right, right. So I better make darn sure that's the pain avoidance side, right? And the Mossberg shotgun, and it was actually more motivating for me to avoid the pain than it was to seek the pleasure. I'm used to sacrificing. I didn't have the shotgun before. I'm not going to miss it, right? So just understand that when we're talking about rewards and consequences, that's just an example of one that I've used in the past. Does that answer your question? Like a feeling, you know, I think feelings are fickle, they're subjective, they're like, you can never tell how you're going to feel from one moment to the next, right? And so I would just challenge you to have something tangible as a reward and as a consequence.
That's hard.
Yeah, it is hard. But now that we've clarified that, please continue.
Getting a
Ah. Remember, page 66 is your rewards, page 67 is your consequences. So you can do both. All right. We got our rewards and our consequences, guys. All right, well, we're gonna go ahead and move on. I want to make sure that we can get y'all out on time, or even maybe even a little bit early. So I was telling you guys a little bit about my accountability partner. I know that if I give Evan that $650, it's gonna pain him to do it, but he's gonna, he's gonna do it. In regards to like the consequence. Bless you.
That'd be hard.
It would be challenging, but I know you would do it.
I would have driven your ass so hard. You didn't.
But that's the point. That's the point. We're in alignment on issues like that. So he is gonna hold me accountable. He's gonna check in with me. He's gonna say, hey, Eugene, have you done your run this week? Hey, Eugene, have you done this week, right? Hey, tell me about how everything's going. So you need to have, who's heard that phrase that you are the sum total of the 5 people that you hang out with most? You guys have heard that before, right? Are you hanging around with people that are going to hold you up and hold you accountable and pull the gold out of you and want the best for you? Or are you hanging around with people that are constantly bashing you and demeaning you? And, think about that. And especially think about that, or enabling you. How many of you have surrounded yourself with enablers? People are like, no, you're fine the way you are. Don't change. You're good. You need to be like, don't be so hard on yourself. Right? How many of us surround ourselves with people like that? And then we wonder why we never achieve anything. We never execute. Right? Yes, you should have forgiveness for yourself, but you should also have accountability for yourself. There's a level of personal responsibility that we all need to have to execute the things that we promise ourselves. Okay? Now, there's going to be times when we screw up and we accept the consequences, and just like we did earlier today, rather than beat ourselves up and come into agreement with lies, we extract lessons. Does that make sense? There's a big difference between those, right? Extracting the lessons versus coming into an agreement with a lie. Okay. So what we're going to do next is we're going to identify 5 people that might be a good accountability partner that would help to hold your feet to the fire for each and every one of your SMART goals. Trainers are usually good accountability partners.
I'll do it.
You're on the list.
You are one of my accountability partners.
We're gonna be doing burpees.
Mike, you're on it.
Yeah. You are. I'm like worried, I'm like every day, no, 10 burpees are too much. But I'm seriously putting it down on my head. Got it.
Okay. We got our 5?
Oh.
Okay, so on page 69, we continue to talk about closing that feedback loop, and I kind of jumped ahead a little bit earlier. So when we were doing our calendars, closing that feedback loop. If you have not done this already, I want you to go to your calendar and I want you to set a time, set a day, pull out your phones, look at your calendars, see what a realistic day at the end of the quarter or at the very, very, very beginning of next quarter that you can you can set that time to reevaluate your goals, talk about successes, failures, all that stuff, to close that feedback loop. All right. And that might not be a bad thing to make sure your accountability partner is included in that meeting.
The poll sounds like a good way.
Psych, I didn't really have those goals. Can I cancel that in Jesus' name? Okay. We're gonna power through this and move on to section number 11. We're on page 71. 71. This is where the rubber meets the road, guys. Atomic Habits and Eliminating Time Assassins. So, has anybody here read the book Atomic Habits?
Nope.
No? Okay. You got a couple people, yeah. Has anybody read the book Buy Back Your Time by Dan Martell? No? All right, Evan? Cool. So there's a couple really, really amazing techniques in these books. I would really highly recommend, like I told Myra, to read Atomic Habits. And I'm actually gonna have her, if you don't mind, come up and share here in a little bit about just some of the fruit that you've seen in the short period of time that you've been doing that. So we are going to talk about, first and foremost, activity number on page 72. We're going to identify habits that we want to quit. What are the things that we are not, that we're doing that are keeping us from seeing the results? Because it's not all about adding more things to the plate. More times than not, it's about what do we need to take away that isn't producing any fruit, right? So when I say producing fruit, I mean, like, obviously, like, there are things that you do that bring value to your life, and there's other things that don't. So what's not serving? Let's identify what those things are and what you want to quit. Let's go ahead and begin on page 72. About one more minute to identify those things that we're trying to quit. Usually this is a pretty quick list. We know the things that we're not doing, that we're doing that we shouldn't be. A lot of them more easily than we know the things that we should be doing. Okay. So the next exercise that we're going to do, right now that we've identified the things that we need to get rid of and eliminate out of our schedules, like, for example, I just reconducted a 2-week time audit. And man, I love how this thing works. because you have to account for every 15-minute increment throughout the day. Right? You guys can go ahead and move forward to the time audit. And a lot of times, when you have to get that nitty-gritty, you immediately start to recognize the things that are not serving you well and how much time you're spending. So most of the time, you'll realize that that you don't actually, like, it just kind of automatically, your schedule fixes itself as you're conducting the time audit. You become more cognizant, just like when you track calories, when you manage your bank account, when you log your workouts in the app. When you do all of these things on a regular basis, you're tracking it, you're measuring it, so it's staying at the forefront of your mind. Just understand, time is the one thing that you will never, ever, ever get back. And so are you wasting it on binge watching Netflix or scroll sucking on social media? He's doing scrolling, you know? Are you wasting time doing things that are not serving you well and not keeping you on track with that 10-year vision? We all do. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't sometimes reward ourselves with an episode on Netflix or whatever. You know, we watch Angel Studios. They've got a pretty good streaming platform that you can download on your smart TV. But point is that you can reward yourself with that stuff. It's just important to recognize when it starts sucking your time, if that makes sense. So the time audit isn't something that we're necessarily going to do today. Like, we're not going to sit here and dig in, and I'm not going to have you do a time audit from yesterday or whatever. And how you conduct your time audit is going to be a little bit different. When I first left Fit Athletic Club, before I even knew what a time audit was, I knew that I had to get organized. So what I would do is every single night, I would do my reflection and I would write my schedule for the next day. Everything that I wanted to accomplish, whether it's I'm going to write sales copy, or I'm going to hit my workout, or I'm going to train this client, and I'm going to drive, this is my transit time to my next client. What am I going to do during my drive time? Am I going to listen to music, or am I going to stream a podcast that is going to equip me with the business acumen that I need to grow this thing? Because what you'll find is sometimes you can double dip on time, especially when it's like car rides and stuff. Living in Ramona, I get a lot of that. Okay. And so after I did that, after I wrote my schedule, then I would go through the next day and I would keep my journal with me. It would go with me everywhere. Right. If something didn't happen that was on there, I would scratch it out and I would write what did happen. Right. And so it was a really easy way for me to kind of keep my wits about me as far as how I was utilizing my time. Because once I went from having structure to not having structure, there was a pretty good significant amount of time there where I really felt lost. I felt like I didn't know where I was going, and I knew that I couldn't stay there because literally my family's livelihood depended on my success. I burned the boats. I did not have there was no choice. I couldn't go back. You know, I wasn't going to get another 9 to 5, you know? Anyway, sidebar. So, but the way that I've refined this process is a little bit more with the way that Dan Martell talks about it in his book, Buy Back Your Time. So I'll go back at the end of the night during my bedtime ritual. And at about 8 o'clock, I'll sit down and I will do my time audit. First thing, right? 4 o'clock, wake up, you know, and then I'll just go through, brush my teeth, shower. I'll go like down to every little detail, right? Drank water, all of the things that I did from start to finish of the day. Okay. And now there's 3 pages or 3 pages here on the time audit, and it's 15 increments in a 24-hour span, right? I started it at 4 a.m. so that, because I know that some people wake up early, right? And I went all the way through because I know some people work night shifts. So, and then at the end of your time audit, let's see if I can get there. Come on, here we go. Is your daily reflection journal. Okay. So even on the micro level, what were your successes? What were your failures throughout the day? And we reflect on that so we can extract the lessons to be able to implement them into the next day. It's that whole getting better, 1% better every single day. Okay. Just to kind of backtrack on the time audit. If you go back to the first page of the time audit, which was page 72 or 74, you'll see the success, failure, and neutral signs that I want you to apply to your time audits. So typically you can categorize each and everything that you do into one of these categories. Is this a successful behavior? Is this a failure? Or is it just like neutral? No value, no like, it's neither good nor it's bad nor bad, right? It just is, right? So like transit time, me driving to work, you know, a lot of times it's neutral. I can make it a success by what I choose to download into my brain, right? While I'm on that drive. But if I don't do that, then I would put it as neutral, right? So let's go ahead and move on from the time audit. Man, we're almost there. Now we identified our accountability partners already, right? We wrote down their names. This is what's called an accountability contract. So listen, nobody's going to know except for you and your accountability partner. So if one of you guys falls off, if he or she doesn't hold you accountable at the end of your quarter, then nobody's gonna care about this thing. But I promise you, there is a psychological impact that's made when you physically write down like an accountability contract between you and your partner, right? It's, you know, this contract is I'm just going to read the introduction of it, right? This contract is an agreement between the below named parties to uphold commitments made in pursuit of personal growth and achievement. By signing this contract, both parties agree to the terms and conditions outlined below, ensuring mutual support and accountability. Now, you don't have to use this accountability contract. You can use your own that you've created, but it should be thorough. And by signing it and dating it, it like seals the deal. I am committing to this thing. And then I would take it one step further, is I would go and announce your goals to your community. Put it out on social media. Hey, I'm looking to do this, right? Because when you do that, you recruit more accountability partners, knowingly or not. I might get somebody at church that comes up to me and be like, hey, Eugene, yeah, you announced that thing on social media. How's that going? 3 months down the road, man, I forgot that. Right? It's like, man, and then I'm convicted because I'm like, man, I totally dropped the ball on that and I should get back on it. Right? So having the accountability is huge. So let's move on from our accountability contract to our habit tracker. Now, this is a really, really cool thing. You would do this, a habit tracker like this, at the end of every day. And this is like so quick. It does not suck a bunch of time. So all you do is you write your habit and you circle the month. So we're in January. And today is the 13th, and I still haven't bitten my nails. So I could literally put nail biting, and I could put a tiny little circle into each and every one of those dots all the way up to the 13th. On the next line, I circle February, right? And now I've got the next month, and I can track the year, and I can even literally at the end where it says total, I can write the numbers that of times that I have been compliant with my goal, with the changes in my habits. Does that make sense?
I'm confused about the dates.
Yeah, me do, the same thing. I'm
Yeah.
like Jan, Feb, and then 1, 2, 3, 4.
So you see, like, the numbers is from 1 to 31,
Right.
the numbers of days in a month.
Right.
So you might have 12 lines for one habit, right? Or you might have 12 tables. Maybe you have a bunch of habits, right? And then you use another habit tracker.
These are 12 months. So how do I do like January?
Right,
31st?
so like, let's say that you have however many, like 15, 20 habits, right? And this habit tracker is just for January. So you circle January on it, and then you track the month of January.
Got it.
And then you use another habit tracker for February, and then another habit tracker.
Oh.
So this is one you probably want to keep clean and Xerox for yourself,
Oh,
or
Okay.
take it off you all have the digital download in your mailbox, so you can print out as many as
So
you.
this is all.
Okay. Got it.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
And I literally like took this from James Clear, some of his supplementary materials from Atomic Habits. So, yeah, really, really powerful tool. Now, Myra, young lady,
Hi.
can you come up and just tell us a little bit about like the experience that you've had with tracking your habits and doing your time audit and doing all the things that we're talking about here? Come on up.
Yeah.
Everybody, this is Myra. If you don't know Myra, she's a rock star.
Okay, yeah, so I started, I don't know where you want me to stand.
You're good. Joel's got you.
So with Eugene, I was training with Eugene, and there was like certain things that just were not falling in line with my plan. Oh. So then we were like, okay, I'm like, I had all these excuses. I'm not doing this, I'm not doing that. He's like, okay, let's go back to your habits. And so then when I started tracking what I'm doing each and every single day, because I'm like, I'm too busy for this, I'm too busy for that. And then we started really allocating the time, like the time thieves, where it was like, okay, well, let's see how much time are you spending on Instagram? And we looked at the allocation of that, and it was like an average of like 30 minutes a day, which is not a lot, but then you add that, you multiply that every single day during the week, and then you multiply that, so then it ended up being like 600 and something hours of just social media time. So then bringing all of those little things into, you just recognizing those things, I realized, I was like, wow, I'm wasting so much time on all these other things, including, as I was doing my dailies, I'm going down, I'm like, oh my gosh, my afternoons are actually very, very free. Like I don't do, like I say, I watch TV, and it could be like 4 or 5 hours of just TV time, where I'm thinking, oh, like I don't have time for all this stuff, where the reality is I'm like, I am spending all of this time just watching TV. So I think recognizing those things, and even when I wake up in the morning, recognizing, I'm like, oh, because I'm logging everything. So I'm like, I woke up at this time, but then recognizing I woke up in a really crappy attitude. And I realized that every single morning I wake up and I'm like, it's another day and I just want to sleep. And then seeing like, oh, like that's an actual mindset that I need to renew. And then that's something that I need to shift. And I would come into the gym to train with him in the mornings, and I would just be like, this kind of sucks and I don't want to be here. But even just this Thursday, I was like, oh my gosh, I woke up, I recognized the negative attitude, and I was like, nope, like I'm not going to actually align myself with it. And it's a great day. I woke up
and I started just thinking of positive things where I was like, oh, like, and I walked in here and I'm like, hi, like actually like walked in here cheerful. I'm like, I'm actually having a great day because I chose to have a good day. Outside of all of the other things that are happening. So yeah, like it's been really eye-opening, and I didn't think I could do it because 15-minute incredibles are daunting. But then I'm like, oh, like I was in a meeting literally from this time to this time, so then it just kind of helped. But yeah, it's doable and it's great.
You're a rock star girl. What I love about that is, you know, the Bible says to take every thought captive. So every time you have that negative thought, every time you have like, oh, this sucks, oh, this is BS, oh, this is whatever, right? Take that thought captive. I found myself working really hard the other night to take my thoughts captive. We went to my son's cross country banquet for the end of the season, and they're doing all the awards and everything. And it was, you know, what should have been a really, really cool evening. And I noticed that I was being like, it drew out for like almost 3 hours.
It was way too.
And so, while yes, it was way too long, I got a really, really crappy attitude during this thing. I'm like, all right, work in the morning, I'll be up at 5 o'clock, and I was just, my whole attitude, my whole energy shifted, and it was not good. And I'm sitting here not thinking about the fact that me shifting around in my chair, showing that I'm impatient and showing like I'm sure the kids that are getting awards that are like sitting in the back behind all the parents waiting to get called up, I'm sure they see that, right? What is that sending to them? What kind of message is that sending to them? How is the thought that you're not taking captive affecting the people around you?
Wow.
So let's think about that as we're trying to whip this thing that's in between our ears into submission, right? Trying to take control. Okay. So awesome. We are almost there, guys. Moving right along. Wrap up and homework. Here we go, guys. So y'all have some homework to do. We've gotten a lot of work done throughout this thing. We've set goals. We've broken mindsets. We've freaking cast out demons, guys. You might not realize that. But literally every one of those false beliefs, every one of those lies that you came into agreement with, you know, we got rid of those. So now we've got to keep free. We've got to keep it going. So here's what I want you all to do. Is you're going to take those pages, I can't remember the specific page numbers of the your vision and your daily affirmations. You're going to post those on your bathroom mirror, and you are going to look at them. The affirmations you are physically going to read out loud every single time you look into that bathroom mirror. You need to hear yourself say it if you're going to renew your mind and start to believe it. And it's going to feel really, really silly in the beginning. You might not even believe it yourself. But you've got to retrain your mind. Okay? Then you're going to create what's called a vision board. Now, a vision board, I imagine what Evan's vision board looks like.
Wow.
He's got his head posted on a like
Your body.
over a picture of Dwayne The Rock Johnson.
I'm married, it's okay.
Is that what you wanted that picture for? You know, Randy, your boat might be on that vision board, right? So you're literally going to take, and if you got kids, have them help you.
Okay.
You know? Hey, this is what we're going to do. This is the vision. And get the family involved. Because I promise you, you get your family involved. Now you have a support system that's also going to hold you accountable. Hey, Dad, what's going on with this thing?
Woke up late.
Yeah. Didn't you say you were going to do that, Dad? Right? So having that vision board is really, really huge, right? It helps you to visualize. We did that visualization drill earlier, right? Vision's super, super important. You're gonna have a dream list. So we talked about, it with all of the vision casting and the dreaming that we've been doing, you're going to write out a list of all of those things that we talked about, things that you want to have, things that you want to do, right? We already wrote it down. So now you're going to put it on a little note card. And I would encourage you to have that note card laminated and keep it in your pocket with you everywhere you go. Right? Keep it close. You're going to do your habit tracker and your time audit. Now, the time audit only happens for 2 weeks, guys. But what I would encourage you to do is, if you notice yourself starting to slip back into the bad habits, then go back and do the time audit again for another 2 weeks, or however long it takes to get your schedule and your habits under control. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
Awesome, awesome. That is your homework, all right? So now this workout's been a guide, but really, this is where the journey begins, all right? I want to take a look, both me and my wife. Actually, before I do that, I want to honor my wife a little bit.
Come on.
Yeah.
So I got this whole PowerPoint presentation. I'm not the PowerPoint guy. We talked about the rabbit doing like hopping class and swimming class. The PowerPoint is swimming class for me. And I'd still be trying to muddle through it right now, putting it together, and it would not have been excellent, right? So I recruited the support of somebody around me who's amazing at this stuff, and she totally crushed it. And you just are everything that I'm not. And you I feel like we complement each other so well. And you're the reason why this is able to work. So I just want to tell you I love you and honor you, and you're amazing.
Yeah.
And she's like.
And I want to honor you guys. Oh, I really want to honor you guys, because taking 5 hours on a Saturday, you could have been sailing. I'm sailing. No, keep sailing, Bob. No, what about Bob? Anybody? No. Okay, I got it.
Sorry.
80s movies. Anyway, but yeah, I really appreciate each and every one of you guys devoting the time to yourselves. Right? You've started this journey. Now let's keep it going. Right? The fact that you've invested this amount of time, this effort, this introspection, it really shows how committed you are to actually making the changes that are necessary to see that 10-year vision come into fruition. And just remember, like, if more people did this, could you imagine what the world would be like if we could get more people casting vision, striving for excellence, and really just realizing that, like, you could live the American dream and it's all in your hands if you can just get some of these things under control. I love you guys. You are amazing. Give yourselves a round of applause. Me and my team are here for any support that you guys need. If you need to revisit any of the drills or anything in the workbook, if you want to bring people that you love, right? We are definitely going to do another one, not at the beginning of the year next year, but we're going to do another one at going into the new year. So it'll be at the end of December next year. All right. And then we're going to do a check-in at the 6-month mark with everybody. Okay. So keep a lookout on the website so you can register for that. All right. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
And yeah.
We love
Take
you.
care, brother. Have you guys out on time?
You've been early.
Thank you guys on Zoom. You're amazing.
Wow, that's
Not people that are sports.
Yeah.
And I have whole sheet. I document
That was a
everything.
great presentation.
like you can, no, you don't have to,
So much.
I did it, or I didn't do it, you left, and these are the things I've seen. But that's-
So that I can.
You what?
Yeah, and then I can refine it, and this makes it so that I can read it and then prepare my. My data. I think I'll make my accountability buddy even for my quarterly goals. Other than that, exercise, if that is.
Yep, absolutely, I would love to, yeah.
Yeah, I'll tell you like the tools, because I haven't had to collect so many things.
That's like another meeting, too, when you're done with it, you feel like we'll have like our session, obviously, but